expected this. The first Saturday night home game. Game time temperature is 69 degrees. It is humid, and that man is hot.
Well, I think one of the keys to the game, Steve, you cannot allow the Chicago Fire. They have to be fragile mentally after their collapse against Salt Lake. So this is a game from the opening whistle. You want to take it to them.
And Henry starts us off. He surprised everyone, even his head coach, on the decision to pass on what turned out to be the lone goal last week against FC Dallas. And Wright-Phillips buried it for the game winner. A hesitant Luis Robles will take this away. This is the second of 3 meetings between the teams this season. Back in week 3, the 1-1 draw. Robles was terrific then. It's been the case for most of this season. Wright-Phillips tries to get a step on his man, Iani, and a foul called against Chicago. He has complimented Henry as well as anyone has probably in Henry's 5-year stay here.
And this is really what you want to see him do, Bradley Wright-Phillips. You go 1v1 against the defender, beat him with the ball at your feet. Thierry Henry wanted to take this quickly. Now he'll wait and try and pick his spot.
He'd like the defender in front of him to back up a bit, and the referee makes sure that happens. The Henry free kick is too far for the onrushing Armando. A terrific start to this season for the 36-year-old Henry. 44 goals, 31 assists. This is his 101st career MLS game. Sean Johnson will not be one of the goalkeepers selected by Jurgen Klinsmann when camp begins for the U.S. national team in preparation for the World Cup. There was a belief several years ago that this would be his time. Not yet. Alexander with the cross, and he's closed down by John Kennedy Hurtado. Dax McCarty across. Lloyd Sam, first touch. Kosuke Kimura swings it in, and Iani gets rid of it. Kimura with his 7th straight start at the right back position. Richard Eckersley is healthy. He's on the bench tonight. Sam, neat little move, tries to thread the needle. Wright-Phillips in the 18. And taken here by McCarty. Red Bulls stay with us. And now Hamilton Olave. Distribution from Johnson, headed down by Benji Hoya. And here's the midfielder from Ghana, Patrick Miarco. Lavelle Palmer out of the back. Here's the dangerous Samaric Kwa. Gets a handout, plays it ahead from Mike McGee. The referee right there, Kevin Stott, no call. Harry Shipp on the ball for Chicago. Offside flag went up on the Fire. Never mind the ball in the back of the net. They are calling this a goal. The flag went up near side.
Total chaos. Players all stopped. Thought it was offside. They're arguing right now. Tim Cahill. Mike McGee never touched the ball, so the issue is, Steve, did he interfere? Was he an active or passive participant?
Brian Pochel is the assistant referee on the near side. Now, I thought I saw him put his flag up. Up and down. They are counting the goal, and they're celebrating on the Chicago side.
Yeah, Steve, it's irrelevant what the assistant referee does, whether he raises the flag or not. The decision rests squarely with Kevin Stott. So whether or not he raised the flag, and clearly he did, that's irrelevant to what Kevin Stott has to decide. The decision that man had to make was, did Mike McGee interfere? Was he in a passive offside position, or did he interfere with Luis Robles? As a former goalkeeper, you can't tell me that doesn't interfere with the goalkeeper.
And Palmer defends this away from Alexander. So, amidst the confusion, a 1-0 Fire lead, and Alexander plays it across, headed back! Cahill! The quick response, and the Red Bulls tie the match.
Well, it doesn't get any better than this. Eric Alexander plays a perfect ball over, and are you kidding me? There is no way Tim Cahill is not going to be the hungriest guy to attack that ball. Absolutely blasts it in. Skies over everybody. You talked about a huge game. His son's singing the national anthem. He's off with Australia to the World Cup. How about that for an answer?
That's his first of the season. Comes in the team's 11th game. For the record, he scored the last time his son Kaya performed the national anthem here. It is 1-1. We have not played 6.5 minutes. Niako across. Too far for the on-rushing Americois.
And Mike Petke still in the year of the fourth official. He just finished talking to him, and now he sat down, talking it over with Robin Fraser. But again, assistant referee can put the flag up or not. It's not his decision. It's this man's decision. Kevin Stott, in his opinion, Mike McGee did not interfere with the play. As a former goalkeeper, I find that hard to believe, but that was the call by Kevin Stott. The ball was not touched by McGee, so was he in a passive offside position or not?
Foul called against Chicago here. Let's go back to the first goal once again.
Well, there it is. That ball is struck. There's no doubt Mike McGee is in an offside position, but it didn't interfere. Sir Alex Ferguson always said, tell me what passive is. If you're passive, I don't want you on the field. So Kevin Stott made the determination. Again, irrelevant whether the flag was up or not.
Taken here by Chicago. Americois. And McGee back for his strike partner tonight. This is Americois. 4 goals leads the team. Now Hoya. Harry Shipp, gifted first-year midfielder out of Notre Dame. Laurentowicz for Hoya. What a start for him. He scored his first MLS goal on his first MLS touch. Benji Hoya, that was back on March 9th against Chivas. This is Armando. We waited last week, deep into the second half, for either team to find the back of the net. It's happened twice. The blistering start here tonight. McCarty over the top. This is an offside flag up on Thierry Henry. Our key players tonight are presented by Dodge. Shipp missing?
Well, I identified the new man in the central defense for Chicago, and that man, Bradley Wright-Phillips, for New York Red Bulls. Bradley Wright-Phillips has to get after those 2 center backs, Patrick Ianni in particular.
Niako, 7th-year midfielder, defended away by Roy Miller, who is playing the best soccer of his career at the best possible time. World Cup begins 1 month from Monday. He is projected as a left back for the Costa Rican national side. Americois Here's Cahill. Henry. He'll get on this. Flag down for Thierry. And over to defend was Lavelle Palmer. Armando back for New York. Great job by the Red Bulls to shake off the early goal in the most chaotic of circumstances. Quick answer by Cahill. There's Sam, fouled in the open field. It's a challenge for Greg Cochran tonight. Lloyd Sam on the right flank.
I think those are key matchups. We look at Bobby Convey out of action. Gave birth to his son last night, so congratulations to them.
Baby boy in the Convey household. He was ready to return from the hamstring injury. They'll wait another week. He'll be rather important beginning next week when Roy Miller is off to the Costa Rican World Cup preparation camp. Alex is out with a hamstring injury. Soumare, we are told, it is an illness that keeps him out of the lineup tonight. Ianni takes his place alongside John Kennedy Hurtado. The Fire, the only winless team in Major League Soccer. But keep in mind, 11 teams in the league have lost more games than Chicago. 6 draws consecutive, by the way, to tie an MLS record just a few weeks ago. Streak snapped with the collapse last week against RSL. Nyako on the move. Good anticipation by Armando. That ball I thought was off McGee. Instead, it's possession here for the Fire. Kevin Stott is not winning many fans here early.
Now, Mike Petke, understandably irate, but I'm not blaming Kevin Stott. It's the assistant referee on the near side of the field that, again, pointed the wrong direction for that throw-in.
There is mock applause from Dax McCarty, who has to be careful. That's not appreciated sometimes, no matter the efficiency of the men in charge.
Well, talking about the matchups, I think Eric Alexander has to be aggressive offensively down the left side of the field because that will pin Patrick Nyako back.
Here's Dax near side. Well executed. Got it away from Americois. Here's Cahill, 61 minutes before departing last week. Sam back for Kimura. Husky tripped up, foul against the Fire. New York with a 4-match undefeated streak coming in. Terrific crowd. They're still filing in, we understand, off the PATH station. And we were told close to a sellout tonight at Red Bull Arena. Henry, free kick, headed away, Americois. This is Lloyd Sam, leads New York in assists this year. Nyako gets this out of harm's way. Foul called against Chicago.
That's a great job by Dax McCarty. I thought he struggled early in the season. Has come on the last couple of games. Did a terrific job protecting that ball with his body.
Cahill battles with Hoya. Tim Cahill called for the foul. Always in the middle of something, number 17. Javon Watson, who got him last week with the cleat. Early red card. Red Bulls played with a man advantage for most of the match. He looked at it this way. That happens to me generally 2-3 times a year. The way I play, I have to expect that.
And what a moment for him, though, tonight. Watching his emotion as his son sang the national anthem, knowing he's off to play for Australia, Brazil in the World Cup, and then getting that goal. Steve, I can't remember a player so dominant in the air, regardless of his size. I mean, Cannavaro for Italy, and there is just not a ball in the air that this man, Tim Cahill, doesn't get to. He's hungry, his timing is impeccable, and he attacks the ball. He acts rather than reacts.
Tim is officially listed at 5'10", 150. He heads home the service tonight from Eric Alexander, who has his 4th assist. That's tied now with Sam for the team lead. Cahill with Hoya backtracking. Lavelle Palmer over to defend, and the referee starts his play on. Sean Johnson gets rid of this. What a challenge for Cahill and the Australian national team. Their group, Spain, the Netherlands, and Chile. 2 of the 3 teams constituted the World Cup final 4 years ago. And Chile, one of the stronger teams in the South American group. If it's only 3 games for Cahill at the World Cup, he would be done as early as June 23rd and possibly back for the first home game that Friday night, June 27th against Toronto. He hopes it's a more extended stay. Here's Palmer. The goal's coming in the opening 6 minutes of the match. Alexander intercepted by John Kennedy Hurtado. Colombian in his first year with the Fire. It's an area this team needed to address. Team defense. Chicago allowed 52 goals last season, most in the Eastern Conference. And it's debatable as to whether or not they got better. Parted ways with Austin Berry. New faces aboard. Nice work by Miller. Alexander able to find Sam. Thomas and Olave. Alexander on the near side. Sam in a one-on-one with Cochran, able to cut it back, and the corner kick well earned by Lloyd Sam.
Yeah, Lloyd Sam doing a good job, cutting it back to the right, cutting it left, turning Cochran around. Cochran did recover to put it out for the corner, and Thierry Henry, he's going to look for Olave, Tim Cahill, Armando.
Well, if you're the Fire, your best man has to mark Cahill. Look for Olave, too. In the mix, Olave! Over the crossbar.
Well, you're right about that. Tim Cahill draws 2 players, including Jeff Lorenowitz, and Olave slips in behind Lorenowitz. Just can't get on top of that ball, but those are 2 beasts trying to mark on a set piece. Here's Cahill. He creates the space by drawing two players, Hurtado and Jeff Lorenowitz. That left a little bit of a seam for Olave.
Ball deflects off Alexander, says the referee Kevin Stott. It's 1-1. Pretty wild opening 20 minutes of the match. Chicago's last trip to Red Bull Arena, memorable one for a lot of the fans in the stadium tonight. October of last year, the night New York clinched the Supporters' Shield with a 5-2 victory. Maybe the most special night in the 19-year history of the team. A lot riding for the Fire on that night as well. Their playoff hopes extinguished at the hands of New York. This is Miller. Miller's 107th MLS game tonight, all with New York. He is the longest tenured player on the team. Olave. This is rather patient from the home side, and it's deflected back for Jamison Olave again.
Well, it's only the 22nd minute, but one of the things that Red Bull have done so well is denying Mike Magee touches on the ball.
Using the width of the field, Armando. Sam settles it down. Cuts it back. Cochran has his hands full with Sam. Now Henry plays it across. Kimura into the box and deflected away. Nyako on it. Shipp in traffic. Good pressure by New York. Wright-Phillips trying to get on this. Knocked away at the last moment by a shaken up Patrick Ianni.
Well, Ianni did a good job because Bradley Wright-Phillips had position on the ball. Patrick Ianni stuck that foot out, cleared it.
Ninth year in MLS, the defender out of Lodi, California. This is Armando. Cahill has the goal. Been in a rather withdrawn position so far for most of the first half to this point, though. New York over the top for Dax McCarty. Never got to him. Now Cahill challenging for Hoya. Cahill, well played. Sam plays it across. McCarty! Still alive. And the turnaround shot by Cahill is off the mark.
Well, they're going to call the contact. I believe it was Dax McCarty colliding into Sean Johnson. But how feisty is he? Dax McCarty also has terrific ability in the air. A little bit of a stutter step. Cahill flicks it out wide, and look at Dax McCarty get to that ball. That's fair. The second challenge against Sean Johnson, he got whistled for.
Haven't seen that in Cahill's repertoire until this point. Red Bull's 2014 summer camps are open for registration. This year's lineup includes over 100 regional camp locations throughout New Jersey, New York, and Pennsylvania. For more information, visit redbullsacademy.com. 25th minute of a 1-1 match. Shipp and Cahill exchanging the goals. That's an equipment change for Lavelle Palmer. Waiting for permission to get back on. Again, heavy rain earlier today. The field here drains very well. Nyako for Shipp. Here's Patrick Nyako, tries to beat his man Alexander to the far post. Amerikwa lost his footing. And Henry awaits. Flag up on Bradley Wright-Phillips. The Red Bulls felt there should have been an offside whistle on the first goal scored by Harrison Shipp in the game's 4th minute. It did count. Less than 2 minutes after that, Tim Cahill, an electrifying header from Eric Alexander to tie the match. Busy day in Major League Soccer. We'll update the scoreboard in a moment. Here's Kimura. Finals from this afternoon. That's Chris Rolfe, the ex-Fire midfielder, with the goal for DC United. And Sporting Kansas City, the beat goes on. A 3-0 drubbing of Montreal. 2 goals for Dom Dwyer. They're atop the East with 17 points. John Hackworth of the Union winless in 9. Team that was projected to be much better to this point. Cahill the takeaway. Wright-Phillips on the ball. Deflects to Alexander. Miller tripped up by Nyako. Free kick, New York.
Now, you talked about the player, this man, international Roy Miller. He has been superb. America takes him down.
Miller still without a goal in his MLS career. Here's Henry. Cahill trying to get on that, cleared away by Palmer. He's about as fired up as we've seen him, and I think that's an indication that he's healthy now fully. Not sure we could have said that until maybe last week. Alexander for McCarty. Man with the goal the last time they faced the Fire. Henry drops this. Wright-Phillips for Alexander. Red Bulls work the perimeter. Sam. Another corner earned by Sam.
You talked about Tim Cahill. He is so hungry for the ball. Fighting with Jeff Lorenowitz. He just attacks the ball. He scraps for it. He's got that sense of timing. Telling the guys right now where he's going to go.
Henry. I know the Red Bulls were set. Johnson, nobody in the vicinity. Henry waits for no man as this comes back to Roy Miller. 1-1 game. Roughly a third of the way through. Kosuke Kimura. Stripped away by the Fire. Laurentowicz for Nyako. And deflected away. McCarty the last to touch. There is pressure on Chicago. It's building on their manager, Frank Yallop, to deliver this team's first win. Chicago hasn't won a game since the 19th of October last season. Looking for guidance anywhere it might come. Brian McBride was added this week as a part-time assistant coach. He'll work with the club at least temporarily. Here's Cahill. Scored 12 goals in the first 8 games, Chicago. Alexander. Played ahead, Ameriquois. Lost possession and booted away by Robles. Here's Wright-Phillips. He was hobbling a bit. It appears he had his foot stepped on. Keep an eye on him. Making the safe play. Iani, Red Bulls with the throw-in.
Now, right now, they're all feeding off the energy of Tim Cahill. They're spraying the ball around, sharp, crisp. What can you say about number 17?
Wright-Phillips. Riccardi. And now Miller. Roy Miller from distance gave it a go and closed down Laurentowicz. Olave defends Ameriquois. Taken here by McCarty. Sam, far side. Kimura. As a whistle blows, we'll remind you, if you're thinking of ways to have exciting memories with friends and family, look no further than the 4-pack. For $88, you'll receive 4 tickets, 4 concession vouchers to a match this year. There are several to choose from, including the next home game, May 24th. That's against Portland. Visit tickets.newyorkredbulls.com for more information to purchase your package today.
And that last interchange was Tim Cahill getting called for the foul against Jeff Laurentowicz. Cahill claiming that Laurentowicz was grabbing his jersey. Kevin Stoughton was having none of it.
McGee tracks this down. Left foot crack. Flag went up. Goal kick for Robles. Well, Luis Robles gets set. We mentioned Tim Cahill. He's off to the World Cup, certainly. And one of the reasons he's so fired up tonight, he knows this is his last game here. Likely for at least a month, perhaps longer.
I want to go out like on a high. I think we've been fantastic the last month. We're sitting in a great position, but also, you know, here's a massive priority for me. One of the biggest decisions of my career was to move to the Red Bulls in the MLS to prolong my career as an international playing for the Socceroos, and we qualified for a World Cup, and now I'm potentially in the selection to, you know, go to my 3rd World Cup of my generation. So no, I'm very proud, but I'm very proud also to be a New York Red Bull player.
And the other World Cup candidate, while Tim was speaking there, made a heck of a play and nearly created a scoring opportunity in Roy Miller. Cahill, the first Australian ever to score in the World Cup. Alexander follows up. Comes here to Niako. Ameriquois. Closed down by Olave. Firework quickly. Mike McGee. Shipp finds the ball, plays it across. Oh, backtracking McCarty. Well played. Iani takes that away. Wright-Phillips had hoped to be on the receiving end. Here's Lavelle Palmer. Season ended with his missed penalty kick last year for Real Salt Lake. Here's McCarty a moment ago.
Well, we talk about box-to-box midfielders. It means when you get forward and you lose possession, you've got to track back. And Dax McCarty never stopped running. Even though the ball didn't look like he was going to get to it, he never quit on it. Ended up making a good play.
This is Miller. Wants Henry over the top. Johnson is there. Hockey Night Live is coming up after our coverage of the Red Bulls tonight. The post-game follows Game 6, Rangers-Penguins tomorrow night on MSG. New York staying alive with a 5-1 victory last night. Pre-game will set the stage for you on MSG at 6:30 tomorrow night. McGee. Diaco. They let it go for Hoya, but Cahill on this for New York. Here's Sam. He's been fluid on the right side tonight. Much of the attack going through him. Miller. The little flick. Alexander for Wright-Phillips. Closed down by Ianni. Another corner.
That's a good interchange between Eric Alexander, Dax McCarty, and a little back heel flicks it to Wright-Phillips. What a good play by Patrick Ianni, but that's good interchange.
This is New York's third corner of the night. It is Henry. Deflected away, Kimura. See if New York still makes something of this. Henry plays it short. Played across by Sam. Deflected away. Off the head of Palmer. McGee wanted a whistle. He is glaring at Kevin Stott as New York settles the ball here. Not sure what his complaint was.
Yeah, he felt Armando came back, initiated contact, took down a Chicago Fire player, and that's why they lost possession.
Here's Laurentowicz. Really seems to play well against New York, regardless of which team he's been with. Former Revolution and Rapids midfielder. Scored against New York earlier this year. That's a good ball for McGee. He's in on Robles. Mike McGee puts it wide.
Unbelievable. That's a terrific ball into space. Mike McGee would have preferred it on his right foot. Robles does a good job coming out, cutting down the angle, forces him wide.
This is a team that's had heartbreaking losses this season. We talked about the one last week. There was another earlier this season against Philadelphia, which was actually a draw, but McGee had a chance to win it with a penalty kick in stoppage time. He did not score against Zach McMath. Other than that, that last play that we just saw has to be one of his lowlights this year. My goodness, last year he just buries that.
And we also talked about Harry Shipp. He showed it in our pregame segment, his ability to thread that kind of pass. And Frank Yalla, what are you going to do?
Given away, Henry takes this. Reinforcements are to his right, but Henry cuts left, just beats John Kennedy. Hurtado plays it across. Yes! It's Wright-Phillips again! The service from who else? Thierry Henry. The combo that won't stop clicking. Red Bulls take a 2-1 lead.
Well, they had a 3-on-2. Watch Hurtado. Absolutely embarrassed. Thierry Henry skins him. Goes right by Hurtado. Watch it here. 1v1. Goodbye. Leaves him in the dust. And now Thierry looks up. He knows he has two targets, Cahill and Bradley Wright-Phillips. And we talked about Bradley Wright-Phillips. Get to the right spot. This man's going to get you the ball, and then you have to be a clinical finisher and that's what he did.
His 7th goal this season, the only player with more, Clint Dempsey. Bradley Wright-Phillips tied for 2nd now in Major League Soccer goal scoring. See if the Fire respond. Diaco wants Americois. Olave did just enough to break it up. Well, we've seen this many times in MLS. Player joins a team mid-season, doesn't find his footing, and then that next year, that first full year, Wright-Phillips looks as comfortable as any striker since Juan Pablo Angel, perhaps. I don't think that's overstating it on this team.
Same for Lloyd Sam, who really took a little bit of time to get acclimated to Red Bulls and Major League Soccer, and this is a man on fire. 6 goals, 4 games, and again, we use the word surgical or clinical. Just put the ball on the net. Put it on frame. Good things are going to happen, and that's what he's been doing.
He said it's one of those things. When you're scoring, you get the luck of the green. And Wright-Phillips for the lead tonight. McCarty. Crowd picks it up a notch. Smell blood for the first time tonight. Tina Cervasio anchors our halftime coverage. Tim Ream, World Cup hopeful suddenly for the United States at practice yesterday. We'll have that story in the MLS scoreboard. Foul is against Chicago on Wright-Phillips. U.S. Soccer reveals its list of 30 players invited to attend the World Cup preparation camp Monday. We're told that announcement will come sometime close to 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Ream's a guy who hasn't played for the U.S. national team in roughly 3 years, and suddenly just wonder if he might get a chance.
Well, especially with the recent injury to Omar Gonzalez. Ream's still a long shot.
Sam Kimura! Another corner.
Every time there's a corner kick, it's Olave and Tim Cahill talking. What they're saying is, who's making the near post run? Who's dragging the defender? Where are we each going?
Henry's service headed away by Americois. Two to 1 lead. New York throwing. Looking to stretch the undefeated streak to 5. Stay points-wise at the top of the table with Sporting Kansas City, which won earlier today, 3-0 at Montreal. Here's Wright-Phillips. Corner earned again by New York, and Chicago right now is seeing some real heat from New York.
Well, they're back on their heels. They had that great opportunity that Mike McGee pushed wide, and now it's been all Red Bull.
Henry. Cahill, and this pops up, and Johnson is there. Get more involved with the Red Bulls. Like their page on Facebook at facebook.com/New York Red Bulls. Follow them on Twitter and Instagram at New York Red Bulls. And join the conversation by using hashtag #RunWithUs. It's your social media lineup. It's a 2-1 game here. Lavelle Palmer. Here's Shipp. He's been dynamite so far. Credited with the Chicago goal. Niako. Cross deflected away. happy to be home. Undefeated in this stadium in the last 13 regular season matches. Have not lost since June 1st last season. That was against Vancouver. 2 minutes of added time in the first half. Here's Cahill. Olave too far from Miller. Fire looking to quickly answer before the half comes to an end, seeking its first victory of the season, Chicago. Armando got a hand in on McGee. We play on, taken here by Chicago. Here's Shipp. Settles this. Played across. Cochran with the cross. Defended by Cahill. Cracked by Shipp. Is blocked away by McCarty and clear. Henry tries to spring Alexander. Palmer got a foot in. New York will have it. Alexander playing on the left flank. Might prefer central midfield, but he's performed well when given the chance out there.
Yeah, he really has, and the combo of Lloyd Sam out wide right and the job Eric Alexander has done on the left side has opened up the field.
First half comes to an end. It was a wild one, a controversial goal allowed by Chicago, and then the answer from Cahill to tie it. Bradley Wright-Phillips with the go-ahead goal. What do you make of these 45 minutes?
Well, if you're a Red Bull fan, you have to be happy. Chaotic start, absolute chaos. We'll talk more about it, whether the call was right or wrong, but they did what they had to do. They came back and got two.
Let's see what the coach has to say. Mike Petke is with Tina.
All right, Steve, thank you. Mike, how do you like the way the team responded after conceding that early goal?
I'm not happy right now, and I don't think the players are either. The fact that we're up 2-1 right now after playing like that is a miracle. And it's a miracle I'll take right now, but things have to seriously change in the second half. Our attitude, our off-ball movement is non-existent. There's a lot of walking out there, a lot of finger pointing, and we're content to just hit the ball 50, 60 yards long for 45 minutes. It's not good enough.
And obviously you got off to a strange start with that goal. What did the fourth official tell you as far as the offsides and the calls and everything?
I have no idea. There was 3 separate things he told me. All I know is this. Luis reacts to Mike McGee being in an offside position. The ball was trickling, and he reacted. He couldn't just go where the ball was going because McGee is there, and the ball goes in. So to me, he directly affected the play. They chose not to call it offside. It's not surprising to me, but you deal with it.
All right, Mike, as always, thank you. Well, the New York Red Bulls do bounce back after conceding that early goal with a 2-1 lead after 45 minutes, thanks to Tim Cahill and Bradley Wright-Phillips. Coming up, you'll hear from former Red Bull Tim Ream, now playing over in England as he returns to the States.
And the second half begins. Lavelle Palmer, the man on the ball here for Chicago. There are no changes for either side. Red Bulls affected by the World Cup break. Loss of 2 players we're anticipating. Both will go to their respective camps early this week. Tim Cahill for Australia, Roy Miller for Costa Rica. That will open the door for playing time beginning next week against Toronto. That ball cracked off the back of Tim Cahill. Caught him up high in the side of the face.
Kevin Stott is calling the ball.
Eckersley, Sagaya, Lade, Luyendula, Steele, and Akpan the bench. Ryan Mera is the backup goalkeeper tonight. Bobby Convey's ready. His wife gave birth, as we told you, to a baby boy last night. For the Fire, Rainish, the ex-Cosmos goalkeeper, is their backup. Sagata's Duca out of Rutgers. Hawes, Ritter, Watson, and Anungano, the spare striker. If Chicago is trailing, we expect to see him at some point. Laurentowicz in the midfield. Quickly closed down on the Arco, but taken here by the Fire. This is Shipp. He's the man with the Fire goal, plays it across. And Palmer on the ball for the Fire. Sam for New York. Kimura. Luis Robles to the midfield stripe. Brought down here in the Arco. 7th year MLS midfielder from Ghana. The Arco. Max McCarty very involved defensively tonight. He's a strong presence in the midfield. Taken here. Ameriqua! Beat his man Kimura, and just like that, Chicago has leveled the match.
Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Chicago does a good job keeping possession, and now that's just 1v1. Luis Robles, and we've been complimenting him the entire season. That's what's called no man's land. If you stay on the line, it's an easy save. If you come out to the edge of the 6-yard box, you've got to get to the ball. So this man, Ameriqua, he beats Kimura, beats Robles. You talked about the comments Mike Petke made to Tina Servasio at the end of the first half.
Chicago with a goal 4 minutes into the first half, 4 minutes into the second half. And Ameriqua, one of the few Chicago players exceeding expectations this year. He played just 14 MLS games last season, started none. Now he's the team leader with 5 goals. And we're back to where we started. Johnson gets rid of this. Here's Alexander springing loose. He's fouled. Advantage is called. Live ball, Henry. Floats it out wide. Sam will get on it. Makes his move on Cochran. Gets the cross away. And headed away in the Arco there defending. In transition, Chicago. McGee keeps this ball alive and plays this. Here's Ameriqua looking for more. Quincy Ameriqua lays it off. McGee again. Off the left foot and softly into the arms of Robles.
And mental lapses. That's a ball that Roy Miller actually should have let go out for a throw-in. Don't save the ball. He saved it to McGee.
Cracked off Kimura. Chicago looks energized. Mike McGee said in the pregame show. Collapses like last week against RSL. Bad teams let that bleed into the next week. Chicago is trying to put that to bed tonight and bounce back for its first win of the season.
And Mike McGee was not just pointing fingers at his teammates. He pointed them at himself as well. He talked about the penalty kick he missed. Right now, they are in the game.
Benji Hoya, Nyako, Palmer. This is much better from the Fire to start the second half. Headed away by Olave. And Cahill off the mark. New York looks disjointed now in these opening minutes of the half.
And the hardest thing in any game is a shift in momentum. You need a player on the field, one of your big guys, to change the momentum.
Eric Mercado with the goal for Vancouver. Remember that Crew 3-0 start? That's a distant memory now. Columbus winless in 6. There's Dax McCarty on the ball. It's a tired team, too. They're playing for the 3rd time in 7 days. Roy Miller in this 2-2 game. Eric Alexander on the ball. Cahill battles with Laurentowicz. Amedequa. Nice job to spin around Armando. The man with the tying goal. Taken here by the Fire. Armando went down. Opportunity. Shipp with a shot that's in. Harry Shipp of the Fire have taken a 3-2 lead.
You talk about a disaster. This is a disaster in the making. And watch Armando's reaction. He thinks he gets fouled, and he stays down. Stayed down on the ground, whining, looking for the referee. Don't look at the referee. Get up and play. That's a disaster. Look how many white shirts are back there. Armando down. He's lying on the ground waiting for a call. You're not getting the call. Get up. That's terrible. Looking at the ref. How about getting up, get back into play?
So a 2-1 halftime lead has melted down. This is the first time since opening night against Vancouver that New York's allowed as many as 3 goals in a game. Chicago smells blood as it's knocked away by Ianni. Mike Petke said as we arrived tonight, my concern, Chicago hasn't won a game yet. They're desperate. Sam for Wright-Phillips. Now New York trying to play catch-up. Deflected away off the Red Bulls.
Well, that's the man we identified before the game. Harry Shipp nutmegs Olave. But the breakdown started before.
Well, I think 19 in red is your front runner for Rookie of the Year at this point. It's early, but he's been good.
He really has, and not an unknown player. You and I spoke to Mike Petke before the game, and he said Shipp is going to take the ball. He's going to cut centrally. He'll do damage. He's done damage tonight.
Smart young man, 5 times made the Dean list at Notre Dame. Knocked away by Cochran. Once again, it's been almost a calendar year since New York has lost a game, a regular season game in this arena.
I think Mike Petke is going to go to the bench. We talked about how do you change momentum. So hard to do in the run of play.
Deflected away. This ball to the foot of McGee. Amedequa gets this back. Come the Fire in transition. They've got the ball at Shipp's foot again. Plays it out wide. Chance here for the Fire. The crack off Miller is good for a Fire corner kick. Nyarko gave it a go. Red Bulls are getting busy.
Well, there's no question. Mike Petke has sent a message down to these guys on the sideline. He's got to do something to shake up this game. The body language, terrible. That last sequence, Olave had his hand in the air looking for an offside. It wasn't even close to an offside. Stop looking at the referee and play.
This is the Fire's first corner of the night. Shipp takes nearly all of them for his team. Olave and Laurentowicz have a disagreement. Here's Harrison Shipp. Deflects here for Hoya and blocked away. Cochran's pass is too far.
Well, two hard-nosed physical players. Red Bull, they remember the Laurentowicz header earlier in the season, the game in Chicago off the corner kick. Everybody getting into it.
Two big guys. Olave's 6'3". Laurentowicz is 6'1". He plays bigger than that. A 3-2 game. Red Bulls had the lead. Go-ahead goal by Bradley Wright-Phillips. It has disappeared here in the second half. Pocket picked. Here's Shipp walking in. Harrison Shipp again, second of the game. And Chicago starting to open it up. It's the Harrison Shipp show for the Fire.
Mike Petke, we just saw him shaking his head. He's shaking his head at Kimura and Olave. That is just awful. That's about as bad as it gets. Olave first, being too cute. And then Kimura trying to take that ball and go around Shipp. That's just an awful mental mistake and a physical mistake. What are you doing trying to dribble at that spot on the field? It doesn't get any worse than that. That's horrifying.
A hat trick for Harrison Shipp. His second goal of the half. 4-2, the Fire on top.
I'm not just blaming the back four, but we have seen first Armando and then Olave and Kimura.
Robles. My goodness, what's going on? That was blocked by Amarikwa. Here's McCarty. Well, these next few moments now so important for New York. Pass by McCarty, intercepted again by Shipp. And McGee draws the foul. Four-goal explosion tonight by Chicago, seeking its first win. It's to battle Cahill for it. As Iani sends this away. Armando for Alexander. Still roughly a third of the match to go. Plenty of time, but it's gotten away from New York. Outscored 3-0 over the last 15 minutes. Palmer for Nyarko. Taken away here by Miller. Alexander on the move for New York. Rather uninventive by New York. Fire will take possession. Well, you've seen a couple of rookies this season. Who are your favorites so far? We're watching quite a display tonight from Harry Shipp.
Well, all the talk in the offseason, Steve, was that this was not a particularly strong college class in draft. But Corral in San Jose, but nobody's close to Harry Shipp right now. The Notre Dame player was identified as a potential rookie of the year, and it's early in the season, but he's running away with it.
Foul. Offside flag has gone up on the near side. 63rd minute. Here's the story tonight. He is 22 years old, signed as a homegrown player. Lake Forest, Illinois. Came in as the team leader with 3 assists. He now has 3 goals to go along with that.
And in terms of how many quality American creative midfield attacking players there have not been an awful lot. I'm not putting him yet in the class of Cab Ramos or Claudio Reyna, but he is really making an impact on Major League Soccer.
Chicago feeling this is its night, certainly now. Up by 2 on the road. Palmer. And the Fire will have it. Red Bulls seem like they're ready to go to the bench. Something needs to change here. Johnny Steele appears to be the first man to be subbed in. More on that in a moment. Here's Harrison Shipp once again. Miyako across, and look out, it's in! This impossible angle from the far side. A 5th goal for the Fire, and they're just burning it up now. Patrick Miyako, a goal of the week candidate.
Look at Mike McGee, and look at this man, Luis Robles. Not his best night. I'm not absolving him of blame. Look at this. There is no way he was trying to do that. He was trying to cross that ball to the far post. Mishit it. There is no way he was trying to do that. He's looking up. He mishits the cross. It goes upper 90. Far post. This is a nightmare for Robles and for New York Red Bull.
Patrick Miyako, first goal of the season. Now the substitution. Is it too late? Johnny Steele is in for Eric Alexander. 5-2, a season high 5 goals conceded by New York.
Now, Mike Petke knew what he was talking about, because you and I chatted at halftime. We heard his comments to Tina Servasio. I didn't think they played that badly in the first half, but Petke saw something I didn't, and it's coming true in the second half.
Miyako knocked down in the center of the field. Free kick for Chicago. The second sub is coming now. Kosuke Kimura will come out of the match. Luyan Dula will check on. That'll leave New York with 3 defenders on the field.
Well, they don't need defenders. They need goals. And Chicago not playing at this juncture of the game with a 5-2 lead in the 66th minute. They're going to leave one striker up top alone, so New York can play 3 at the back. Really doesn't matter what your formation is if you continue to play like this.
Laurentowicz Taken here by Sam. New York trailing by 3. 66th minute. This has gotten away from them oh so quickly tonight. Cleaned up by Yanni. Here's Luyendula's first touch. Crowd is stunned here. Wright-Phillips! A bullet! Don't go anywhere. It's 5-3. Bradley Wright-Phillips, second of the match.
Well, if there's any hope for Red Bull, all you have to look at is Chicago's collapse last week against Salt Lake. This ball played over. Wright-Phillips with the dummy. He gets it right back. Johnny Steele plays it in. Nice strike with the right foot. Lloyd Sam didn't mean to do it, but it bounced right back into the path, and that's what you want from your striker. Be ready. Be ready to hit the ball from any spot. That's what he does.
That's his 8th goal of the season, Wright-Phillips. That ties him for the league lead. Miyako had the splendid goal, whether it was meant to be or not. He's coming out. He was shaken up a moment ago. Logan Pause will try to settle this thing down a bit for Chicago. That's more of a defensive player on the field.
And there was some question about Chicago's loss to Salt Lake as to why perhaps a Logan Pause couldn't come in the game and settle it down defensively. But we still have a lot of time left, Steve.
I thought we'd see goals tonight, but this... Lloyd Sam is credited with an assist on New York's 3rd goal. Petke's employed 2 substitutions so far. A steal, drops it back from McCarty. Shipp alluded to the collapse against Real Salt Lake. Last week, Chicago allowed a tying goal in the 90th minute. The game winner from RSL at stoppage time. Closed down by Armando. This is off New York. Three goals by Harrison Shipp of the Chicago Fire. 2 from Bradley Wright-Phillips on the New York side. Sam tries to get moving. Olave trying to get into the attack. This deflects off New York. Crowd disagrees with the call. I believe Mike Petke does as well. If you're looking for the ticket plan that fits your schedule, look no further than the Red Bull 6-match flex plan. With the flex package, pick any 6 matches on the schedule and tailor that plan to your needs. Visit tickets.newyorkredbulls.com for more information. 70 minutes in. It's been a wild one tonight in New Jersey. 5-3, the Fire over New York. Cracked off Luyendula. Played here by Sean Johnson. That's Clint Mathis, who once had a 5-goal game himself, that stands today as an MLS single-game record. He's now an assistant with the Fire. They have a couple of good ones. C.J. Brown is the other.
Ryan McBride, maybe he started already because the offense has come alive for Chicago.
McBride added as a part-time assistant. Likely a temporary assignment for him. Amarikwa brings this down, goes for goal. Why not? It's fired wide. The wild events tonight began in the opening minutes. Controversial goal by Shipp that got it started. Cahill off the head. Wright-Phillips for the lead. And then the New York meltdown. Henry trying to add to the list of goals that you just saw. Played here. Johnny Steele. Corner earned by New York.
A wide open is what you want if you're Red Bull. Plenty of time left. You want to stretch the field, pull Chicago out.
Steele takes the corner. Cahill kept alive, went off the foot of Wright-Phillips in the danger area.
Yeah, a little bit unlucky, though, because had he not gotten to the ball, Bradley Wright-Phillips, Thierry Henry was sitting right there, tucked in right behind Wright-Phillips. He had the much better angle and opportunity. But no way to communicate that in traffic.
That was Steele's first corner kick this season, which took several by surprise as Armando plays this back. Robles has had trouble in these spots, under pressure from Chicago tonight. Still plenty of time. 73rd minute, New York down 2. Henry for Steele. Didn't get on it in time. Hurtado played this out of bounds. It's a New York deep throwing. Great crowd, better than 23,000 on hand tonight. Played across at the far post looking for Cahill and swatted away by Johnson. Mike McGee in traffic. Sam going for the takeaway. Chicago has this. Cahill for New York. Wright-Phillips has a pair for Chicago. Harry Shipp a hat trick. Amarikwa and Nyarko with the other goals for the Fire. Chicago winless in 8 to start the season. The MLS record is 11. Real Salt Lake, an 11-game winless streak to start 2007. Benji Hoya in traffic. Wright-Phillips brings this down. He'll wait for help. Wright-Phillips buys some time. They settle this for McCarty. Olave to Sam. Sam able to cut this back. Now off the left foot. Hoya kept it in play. Here's Miller. Red Bulls looking for the goal to get them within 1. Played ahead. Olave pops it over the crossbar.
Look how far back the Chicago back line is setting themselves up right at the penalty spot. Same thing they did at the end of the game against Salt Lake, pinned in their own end.
Prorated season tickets include all remaining Red Bulls regular season games and the highly anticipated Red Bulls Arsenal match July 26th. Visit tickets.newyorkredbulls.com Or call 877-RB Soccer for more info on all the great season ticket holder benefits. It has not been great tonight for the terrific crowd on hand. They've watched the team surrender 5, a season high. Here's Olave. Iani defends that away. Olave throws this into the box. Hurtado got on the back of Henry. And now Kevin Stott will point to the spot. It's a penalty.
I think that's the right call, but we talked about how irrelevant the assistant referee was in the first half, but that's Kevin Stott's decision. He can listen to him or not. Kevin Stott looked over to his assistant. The assistant said, yes, it should be a penalty kick. And that's the right way for Kevin Stott to call the game. Whether he's right or wrong, it's his decision whether to listen to the assistant or not.
Fire still giving an earful to Stott. And now who takes this? You'd think Wright-Phillips.
He's the one, hands on his knees, leaning over.
The key moment, critical moment. New York can get within 1 if Wright-Phillips converts. Bradley Wright-Phillips. His second hat trick of the season. It's 5-4.
Wow. That's a good-looking penalty kick. Sean Johnson guesses correctly. This is the foul that creates the penalty kick. I think it's a good play. I mean, a good call. Hurtado definitely trips in from behind. Thierry Henry is so clever that he slowed up once he had position. That created a contact. Have we ever seen a 6-5 game? I don't know. We had a 5-5 game.
San Jose years ago. This ball gets to Luyendula. New York on the attack again. Luyendula across. Henry plays this. Cahill down the middle. Is closed down by Chicago. '79th minute. A 9-goal night at Red Bull Arena between the teams. Steele. Closed down. Corner kick New York. Their 7th of the night.
Well, the opportunity for New York right now is the Chicago Fire have all 10 players sitting deep in their own end. They're afraid to come out.
It's Steele again. Getting on it, Olave. Loose in the box and cleared away.
That's what I'm talking about. There's not a Chicago Fire player within 30 yards of the ball. They're setting up deeply in their own end.
That was a near disaster. Miller just avoided one with Americlaw nearly all alone. Here's Sam. Gets the cross away. Far post. Cahill. It's a corner.
I'll tell you, the crowd in the south end of Red Bull Arena is absolutely going wild.
Steele once again. Loose. Olave. Wright-Phillips. Now Henry. Turnaround shot wide.
Absolute chaos in their own penalty area, Chicago. High degree of difficulty. Thierry Henry with his back to the goal in an acute angle. Tries to rip it high near post.
So many storylines to this game. The coming out party for Harry Shipp. The meltdown by New York to start the second half. And Clint Dempsey's no longer the leader in goals. It's Bradley Wright-Phillips and his 9 on the ball here. Plays it across. Opportunity. Henry. Big save. Johnson. Red Bulls stay with it. Henry. Beautiful move. Sharp angle try. Waiting at the far post. Olave, and they just missed.
I don't think I've seen a game like this in the last 10 years. Who do you want in this spot? Thierry Henry, and what a save by Johnson. That's the save of the game right now. Gets the big left arm and hand out there.
He'll see that in his sleep if this stays 5-4. Segadas comes on. Benji Hoya is done for the Fire.
Thierry hit that ball well. He really placed it beautifully, but that was a world-class save by Sean Johnson.
Years with the Fire, Gonzalo Segadas. They're going to ask him to try to close this down. The Fire trying for its first win of the season, hanging on for dear life. It drops for Cahill. Now taken by Chicago. Shipp has been extraordinary. Looks for space to send Amarikwa on the ball. Off the Fire. Red Bulls have it. In the 84th minute, 5-4. Jamison Olave. Over the top. Henry will get on this. John Kennedy Hurtado to defend. Henry earns the corner. They'll go right back to Johnny Steele. He's taken the last 5. Palmer got that away from Dax McCarty. Miller. Floated across, punched away, Johnson. The stare down with Pagui Luyandula, who made a run. Most of the fans in the South Ward, if not all, are standing. You can say that about other sections in this stadium as well. Here's Amarikwa. Quincy Amarikwa steps up. Shipp's pass intercepted. Mike McGee. Cochran. Here's Segadas. Little flick by Amarikwa, and Shipp going for 4, fired it wide. New York Red Bulls summer camps are open for registration. This year's lineup includes over 100 regional camp locations in New York, New Jersey, and Pennsylvania. For more information, visit redbullsacademy.com. Luyandula in a 5-4 game. New York needs a goal to tie. It's too far for Henry. Post-game is coming up. That should be interesting.
Wild night at Red Bull Arena. Should be I think, significant stoppage time.
Let's see how the final chapter plays out tonight. I think you'll want to hear from the coach. This deflects to Miller. Steele ahead for Luyendula. New York gets the engine going. Steele down the left side. He saw Johnson cheating a bit. Not a bad idea.
No, if Mike Petke was not happy with a 2-1 lead at halftime, we'll have to wait to hear what he has to say at the end of this game.
All the way to Robles. He'll get started with Miller. We're in the 87th minute. 5-4. There's been a hat trick produced by each team tonight. Harry Shipp for Chicago. Bradley Wright-Phillips, his second 3-goal game of the season for New York. Look at Olave get into the attack. The big guy goes, gets it across. Sam keeps it in play. Olave. Defended away. Deflects to Sam. Lays it across. Steele. New York sets. Johnny Steele again to the far post. Olave tried to keep it alive. Too difficult. Do they have one more in them? Or more?
Well, you have nothing to lose. It doesn't matter whether you lose 6-4 or 7-4. They're throwing everybody forward trying to get the equalizer.
Foul against New York, and more precious time will tick away. The McGee free kick. It's been 11.5 months since New York lost a regular season game here. Chicago hasn't won since October 19th. Miller out of the back for Luyendula. Steele, return pass, too far. It's taken by Pause for Chicago.
That's Harry Shipp, who is down on the ground. His teammates and coach Frank Yallop were motioning, go down. He felt something in the back of the right leg, and Frank Yallop is going to want to make a substitution.
Holding the back of his right thigh, Harry Shipp. Clint Mathis conversing with Frank Yallop. Looks like they're going to take Shipp out of the game. Juan Luis Anangano seems ready to come in. Now, they might have had other ideas about who was coming out, as they tend to Shipp. On a great night, his hamstring may cost him the rest of the game. Referee has posted 5 minutes of stoppage time. We have hit the 90-minute mark and more. We were told that Ameriqua was originally the name passed on the card, but now the injury to Shipp, he's the man who comes out. Fire trying to crack the win column, trying to hold on for dear life, and here we go. 5-4, roughly 4.5 minutes to play.
There's not a coach in the world that likes a 5-4 game, but for the fans, it's been absolutely wild. South Ward at Red Bull Arena, they've been on their feet. That's where the goals have poured in to get New York back into the game.
Johnson gets rid of this, go the length of the field, and Robles will get this started. Armando out of the back. Sam commits the foul. More time will tick away as Cochran got knocked down. Anything you can do to kill an extra 5 seconds if you're the Fire now. Amarikwa thought it went off Olave. New York will have it on the throw-in. Steele gets moving. 5 Red Bulls into the attacking area, and Steele makes 6. Steele again to the far post. Cahill kept it alive and deflected away. Another corner earned by New York. Their 10th of the match. This time it's Lloyd Sam. On their feet in the South Ward at Red Bull Arena. Anangano gets on it. The crack by Steele is deflected, and the flag goes up. Yellow card. Just went off a hand in front. I did not see the guilty party, Mr. Messing, did you?
I think it was Thierry, but everybody just trying to redirect that ball into goal. That's the crack by Johnny Steele. It's our man Tim Cahill. He's going to do anything he can to get that ball in.
Two minutes, maybe a little more to go. Armando had to seek out Henry. Instead, pumped away by Laurentowicz. Here's Anangano at midfield. Got it away from Cahill. Into the New York area. Amarikwa will take this into the corner. Armando all over him. And we play on. Now New York has to operate quickly. Likely less than a minute to go. The outlet for Steele. Could be New York's last chance. Played ahead. Defended away from Cahill, but Sam will get on it. Drop from McCarty. Dex for Olave. Thomas and Olave to the top of the 18. Deflected away. Steele will track it down. Steele into the box. Olave up for it. Big shot saved made by Johnson. And nearly the hero was Wright-Phillips again.
Absolute agony.
And that's all. The Chicago Fire come to Red Bull Arena. They hold on to win the wildest game in MLS so far this year, perhaps. 5-4 is your final score.
Absolute chaos. Players exhausted, sprawled out on the ground. Handshakes, excitement for Red Bull. Petke, the players, and their fans came out on the wrong end.
The man of the match is brought to you by AT&T, exclusive wireless sponsor of the New York Red Bulls. He was one of 2 players to have a hat trick He added an assist in a big win for his team, their first. Harry Shipp.
We think about the wild and crazy games in the history of Major League Soccer. This is certainly one of them. That's the final save of the game. Sean Johnson in the right spot. The header Olave keeps it alive. Bradley Wright-Phillips with a bicycle kick. Absolute chaos.
For somebody who gave up 4, he had memorable moments. They are saluting Tim Cahill. He is off to Brazil. Certainly will be part of Australia's 23-man team at the World Cup. Roy Miller has a chance to be part of Costa Rica's side. They'll miss him while he was gone. He was splendid at times tonight. But New York will digest a 5-4 defeat. So will we on the post-game show moments away.
All right, do it.
Happy Friday, everybody. What's up? Andrew Wiebe, David Goss, Kalen Carr here with you to rewatch the MLS Cup final from last year. NYCFC visiting the Portland Timbers. We don't know the result. Not sure how this is going to go. It's all a big mystery, but you'll be along for the ride with us. If you want us to talk about anything, like, I don't know, well, what jelly is best on a peanut butter and jelly sandwich, or whatever pops into your head. I'm gonna be a strawberry guy. Just gonna throw that out.
But are you chunky or smooth?
I go back and forth. It depends on my mood. I'm a chunky with non-toasted bread and smooth on the toasted bread.
So you need a texture, but you can bring it in
all about
different
texture.
ways.
It's all about texture.
Listen, man,
here's your lineup.
That's an MLS. That's an MLS way to do it. To be flexible.
Yeah, exactly. The rules, they morph to whatever I'm feeling on that particular day. So here's your lineup for the Portland Timbers and Gio Savarese.
Big shock here to see Blanco. Blanco does it. It's a big choice.
We gotta have the Gio after this one. Like, what sort of risk was this? How many minutes do we think he can go? How's his knee? Like, what's going to happen this offseason? He's out of contract, Gio. What's going to happen? NYCFC and Ronnie Dyla, who's been in the hotel room doing push-ups and just in front of the mirror shirtless, just thinking like, gosh, do I have the figure to pull this off, or is it going to matter if we win MLS Cup? We will see.
Everybody knows that if you're going to take your shirt, if you're planning on taking your shirt off, you got to go to the bathroom and do some push-ups first. Like,
exactly.
You don't just go into that with no prep, right?
You need a little pump. You got to have just a little bit of pump. You don't want to. I even need a little bit more than just a little at this point. We're going to have fun watching this game with you from Portland. Tati, of course, back in the lineup. He had missed the Eastern Conference Final after a very Tati moment prior to that one, but NYCFC managed to get through against the Philadelphia Union. You know, of course, if you're watching this, thinking about this MLS Classic Remix, that MLS is back. We are mere hours away, 1 p.m. Eastern on Saturday. ESPN Plus gets us rolling in the full slate of games through Saturday and through Sunday as well. National TV matches. The first one will be 3:30 p.m. Eastern. LAFC, Colorado Rapids on Univision, TUDN, and in English on Twitter. There's a Fox game to finish off Saturday night in Portland, actually, right back to the stadium where we're going to be watching this final. The Revs are going to town. Crossing the country, Josie Altidore maybe going to make his regular season or just overall Revs debut outside of preseason. We shall see, but they're the Supporters Shield defending champions, I guess. Do we call Supporters Shield winners champions, or do they not get that designation? What do you think?
Holders. I think
holders,
right?
They're in possession of something,
holders.
But they're not truly a champion. I
don't know.
By definition.
Talk to Dom Ball
Depends
over
who you
there.
ask. Yeah. Doyle would definitely say world champions, probably, or like universal, cosmic champions of everything. But it depends who you ask.
Bruce wouldn't even touch the thing. So
Bruce is ready to give it away. He's ready to. He wants.
You know what he
really wants more ups. He's like, I could do without it. I don't really care.
Like this? What are we going to do with this? CCL and MLS Cup year for the Revs. National TV, just to get you caught up here on Sunday. Atlanta, Kansas City, that's a really good one. 3 p.m. FS1. Then to ESPN we go for LA Galaxy, New York City FC. Of course, we're going to get a peek at New York City. In this game, they're largely unchanged. James Sand's out, but they've made some big additions, and those young players have looked really good in CCL so far, just as they did in the playoffs, by the way. And then the final games of the night, I was castigated on Twitter by one Trey Fitzgerald because I did not put Houston RSL in my definitive, quote-unquote, didn't write that headline, but definitive Week 1 preview. I left those two out, and I shouldn't have. It's the new owner derby, the We're Now Ambitious derby, so we'll see how that one goes down. We'll probably talk Ache during this game as well. And then the final game of the night, Seattle-Nashville, 8 p.m. Eastern, ESPN Plus. What a great ESPN Plus game that is. Charlie Davies and I will be on Twitter After Dark, or Twitter Spaces After Dark, MLS After Dark. We're workshopping this thing, but we'll be on Twitter Spaces during the second half of that game, talking through Week 1, taking your questions, just having a good time, maybe having a beverage or two. So if you want to join us for that one, go ahead. I have one question for you, Kalen, as we get into this game. You've actually played in MLS Cups. That's an interesting thing about you. How did you sleep the night before? Like, I was just like making my PB&J up there, getting ready for this, and I was like, I wonder how Kalen, like how nervous you were before those matches.
It's nice of you to be thinking about my sleep schedule, and that I really appreciate that.
Your comfort is very important to me. Your circadian rhythms are always at the top of my mental process at any given time.
Well, it was a while ago, so I didn't have like a Headspace app or anything like that, to really kind of help soothe the nerves.
Just old school. Just
No,
counting sheep.
legit.
That's it.
The first MLS Cup I went to with Houston, it was so exciting. I mean, we had 2 weeks before the final, and it was just like an amazing time leading up to it. But even the week ahead of time, it was in LA, Houston. I was playing with, obviously, against the Galaxy. And there was just so much pomp and circumstance around it, where it was like we had the best 11 gala where that was being announced, that both teams walked out on stage. And so all of the top players were in attendance in LA at this fancy ballroom. We were all wearing suits and ties. We had a dinner with our ownership group at a fancy restaurant, which for us Houston guys, we were going to like CPK normally and like, just like eating buffalo wings in Houston. And suddenly we were like at the, fancy restaurants in Los Angeles. So there was a lot going on. So the day I woke up, it was like Christmas morning. 6 a.m. I woke up and started playing like Jay-Z and Eminem in my headphones immediately, which I would not recommend because like I would say by about like 10 a.m. I was like, I was done. I was cooked. So the second year I learned to kind of like relax a little bit more. Maybe start off with some R&B choices. I had my buddy Josh take care of the ticket requests, so I didn't have to worry about friends and family. Like I went a little more like, act like you've been here before.
What sort of ticket requests are we dealing with? Like, I'm just curious. Who came out of the woodwork for this?
Well, when you're playing against David Beckham, you'll find a lot of friends that you haven't had in a while. So especially in LA. Being from California, so I had a lot of some former friends and flings reach out potentially during the week to be like, "What's up? Hey, I heard you're in town."
That's good. That's good.
I'm like, "What color are you wearing to this match? Are you going to be wearing orange or you going with LA?" So I still owed some money. So if any of those people are watching on Twitch right now, please Venmo me what you owe me from the 2012 MLS Cup.
Wow, you got stiffed on tickets?
There's a couple people.
Wow.
You know the type.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow, that's incredible. By the way, shout out to Eduardo Moreno, who's in the chat on YouTube right now, says he watches every Extra Time episode. Thank you. We appreciate you. Legend. If you haven't subscribed to Extra Time, go ahead and do so. We're on YouTube Mondays and Thursdays, but it is a podcast, so some people like to watch it, some people like to listen to it. Depends on what you fancy there, but you can subscribe anywhere you listen to podcasts, and you can catch us on YouTube as well. Monday's episode was our full preseason predictions, and then Thursday we did a full Week 1 preview along with the trophy draft. So let's see, Anders has Portland, and I, of course, traded up for NYCFC, which I still feel absolutely magnificent about, Dave. So I hope you're feeling good about your choices as well. But hit us up in that YouTube chat if you want to talk about something. I'm monitoring that one right now, and I'm also checking out the Twitch chat if you're there. So you can put stuff in there, and I'll keep a handle on that. We'll talk about whatever you want. What do we remember the most about this match in particular? Like the build up to this one, the storylines. What you were there, Dave, and you were there, Kaylin, and I'm the only one who was stuck at home here.
Well, I was going to ask Kaylin. One of the big things I remember the few days before and then the day of the game was it was such an early local kickoff, and the players were freaking out about their food schedule, their sleep schedule, what they were going to do. Obviously, fans were trying to figure out their pregame festivity plans. So I know your first cup was a night game. The second one, when you scored, was a day game. What was the local kickoff time?
I think it was like 1 p.m.
Oh, so it was also
early.
Really early. Yeah.
Yeah. I remember it being early because I remember, you have like spaghetti for breakfast. And you're like, this is weird. Like spaghetti and salad and
can't find like
chicken
a high
at
carb,
like 8 a.m.
There's no high carb breakfast foods in the world. Like what? It has to be.
There are
spaghetti and
like,
chicken.
It's just weird to have like an omelet before a match. Like I just, you can substitute the things, but I'm so used to that Marriott chicken and pasta that you do that for a decade. It's very hard to like let go of that for the biggest match of your life. Athletes are all about routine. So it is a little bit different playing early, but from like a media perspective, being at the match and like waking up I was staying at a hotel, and there was a Portland Timbers party across the hall from me in the hotel that had like mimosas and champagne and hanging out. Like literally at like 7 a.m. they were all in there. Which they live in Portland. It was the home team, so I'm not exactly sure like kind of what the thing was there, but they were all, maybe they're from like a little bit outside the city and just wanted to be like ready to party all day and all night. Which, you know, New York City kind of changed maybe the after party vibe, but the pre-party was jumping. And it was like even just the energy around the stadium that morning. It was a rainy day, as you would expect in Portland for the fall, but just that kind of like eerie, overcast, wet day with the entire city like huddled around the stadium underneath whatever shelter they could find before they got in there was like something I think I'll definitely remember.
Yeah, I remember walking into the stadium at like 7:15 in the morning, 7:30, and you're walking around the stands in Portland, and you can see this onto the field, and the lights are on because you have to turn the lights on before a game starts. And it felt like it was already nighttime, and it just felt like a big game atmosphere. Like the moment you stepped on the field, you could feel something big was coming. It was more than just rainy. It was miserable, to be clear. Like it was freezing, and it was pouring all the way through. I think pretty much up until extra time. So it was pretty miserable, like around, but it was one of those where once you soak through,
was it miserable?
Sort of
I just want to confirm. You've only said it was miserable.
I forgot how miserable it was until at kick they zoomed in on Santi Rodriguez, and you saw it coming down, and it was like, oh right, I forgot my jackets and pants all soaked through. Look at that. What does that look like? That looks
that's true. That's true. You look at those flags blowing in the wind, and there's like rain whipping off the flag that had been absorbed into the flag. And it's just a normal day in Portland, Oregon.
The crazy part is it actually stopped raining for a very brief moment, and it got sunny literally right as the Timbers score late the Moragle. So it was like that brief moment of sun breaking through. The sky and heavens opened up for Portland briefly, and then went back.
I just remember, from afar, the things that stood out to me were the lines around the stadium just to get a preferred spot in the Timbers Army section. It wasn't even like, okay, we're lining up for tickets, and like, I've got to be here at 7 a.m. on 2 days before the game when they open up standing room only, and if you're not here, you won't get it. To me, it was just like, wow, there is a literal camp outside this stadium just to sit in the spot that you want to sit. And we've all been to Portland for games. Like, there's not a bad seat in the place. Like, you can't find a bad place at Providence Park to watch the game. Like, maybe way up in the very, very top of Timbers Army, like at the very top. But for a final, I don't know. I was impressed by that. But then again, I was a KU basketball fan that like blew up mattresses and slept in the field house and did that whole thing.
Speaking of blow up, I just saw in the Twitch chat someone said, RIP inflatable MLS Cup. A really funny moment pregame where it was like, oh, we're having trouble here. Technical difficulty. Wait a minute. That was like a behind-the-scenes moment. That was pretty fun.
I would love to have a mini inflatable MLS Cup. That would be a good prize from back in the day. The Tavon Gray story, like, one of the best stories in the playoffs for you within these teams. I thought the Tavon Gray emergence was one of the best, just because he's a kid from the Bronx, right?
Yeah.
Or from Brooklyn.
Yeah. No, he's a Bronx kid.
He's truly a New York City kid, and those are the moments when you watch this league for a long time and you start to see that actually happen. And they're playing in a final, and he's not he's not 24. He's a teenager. Those are the things for long-term fans that I feel like, for me, that's special. Those are big moments.
Also, like, it's not like he was playing all season as the starter, right? Like, they had a number of issues kind of happen where Tinnerholm goes down, who was one of the best right backs in the league, and then they tried Sands there multiple times, but he didn't just play in the playoffs. Like, in that lead up to the final, even, he had the assist, I believe, against New England on a goal to Rodriguez, where they kind of get down that right flank. Like, he got forward a fair amount and found success. And I was sort of wondering how he was going to handle the expectations of, MLS Cup, because I do find it is different when you're playing and it's the Eastern Conference semifinal, the Eastern Conference final. And then you actually go to MLS Cup, and it's a little bit different. But he didn't look overawed. I thought he did very well throughout the match, and afterwards he has, I think, a younger brother, and his dad was there on the field, and it was just a really cool moment to see him just kind of like taking in this whirlwind of an experience to be so young and to reach that height so quickly in your career. And I'm sure, individually he still has a ton of room to grow still and be a top player, but to start a final at that age and win it and play well, that was super impressive.
And NYCFC have been interesting because they invested a ton early and blew the doors off at an academy level of, even before the first team played a soccer game, they were investing in building out the academy. But without having that bridge team, it sort of has felt random when James Sands has gotten into the team. And then Gio Reyna obviously goes to Europe, and Tavon Gray it's not like Tavon Gray went and played 45 games in USL at a pro level. Like, he started his professional soccer career at the MLS level, and at a position that's not his natural spot. He is a center back. That's where he's played most of his life. And I like MLS teams using, situations like this to get a guy on the field. I think we're going to see it with Shaquille Marshall-Ruddy this year. It sounds like we're going to see it with Cade Cowell as well, of like, just get a young player on the field, even if it's not their natural spot or what will be their best spot at this age, just to get the minutes. And Tavon Gray took advantage of it, and it was awesome to see. And it was awesome to see the trust that the club had in him. And then James Sands bossed this final. Like, Sands had proven he was a top young player, but he had sort of been in and out in the lineup because he plays so many spots. And he came into this final. I just remember standing at midfield at one point, and he pinged 2 balls from central spots to both corners, right where he wanted it. And it was like, this is not the same guy who can fill in as a third center back and hang in this league. This is a dude who's now ready to sort of take control of games. And that was pretty cool to see.
Can I just throw this? Finn PDX is in our chat on Twitch. Kaylin, that was me staying across from you in LA. The mimosas were a tradition that started in Columbus, continued in Atlanta, so we had to do it even at home. So these are Timbers fans that obviously had gone to Columbus in, 15, and then gone to Atlanta in 18, and they had varying results there. So they had experienced a losing MLS Cup already, but I love that even at home, what they went and got a hotel room in Portland, which is sick. Like,
that's amazing.
It's, you got to replicate.
Also, what are the chances?
The experience.
I mean, what are the chances that room across from me is also on the Twitch stream, which is just says a lot about how great Timbers fans are, and just like just on it. So Finn, shout out to you. He actually offered me to come across and have a mimosa, but I was like, just still waking up and needed coffee more than anything. But so I kind of regret that. But if I'll put it out on the line right here in the Twitch chat, mark it down for eternity. If the Timbers make it back to an MLS Cup this year or next year or whenever it happens, I will be there, and mimosa's on me. I'm putting it down.
Hit him up. Got to find the right hotel. Just go to every hotel. Just listen for the sound of bottles popping.
Wait to watch Kaylin weasel out of that one. And all the excuses.
By the way,
I'm going to expense it to MLS, but
exactly.
I will pay for it.
Also, randomly, there's a fellow KU basketball camping.
I see that
group person from back in the day. We got some real connections being made right now.
Also, I want a connection. Eduardo's on Amtrak. I'm a train guy. I'm taking Amtrak tomorrow. So me and Eduardo are connected.
Nice, grasping. We have a question here from Real Squidward 1. Could Malty Edmondson be a top 5 left back in the league by the end of the season?
It depends on how NYCFC plays. If Martins, the DP, comes in and they play with 3 center backs and he's a wing back, then going forward he has that potential. If they play as a flat 4 and Santi Rodriguez or Magno's in front of him and they're doing more of their work offensively and he gets isolated a ton, I don't think he's an elite defender 1v1, and I think he'll get exposed. So there's talent there. There's a reason he lost his starting spot last season. Was that not?
No. I was just watching Jesus Medina just scoop a ball like 20 feet up in the air directly to the goal.
You guys, I did a little research. CSKA Moscow's not played a game yet, so he has not made his debut in Russia. He is one of the weirder stories of, like, this was a pretty big DP we talked about. He was electric for like a week and a half when he came into the league. Then he sort of fell by the wayside.
Beginning of last year, he had
solid guy.
Beginning of last year, he had some big moments, but like I don't think he never became sort of the attacking guy that we thought he might become. That they sort of build him as. He was more of a, oh dang, he had a heater for a month, scored 3 goals. And then is very hard to play against as a winger otherwise, which I think that was frustrating a little bit for NYCFC because they had expected more. He did just get frozen out long term for them.
But he didn't, because he ended up starting every single game in the playoffs. He started most of the games last year. He was not an offensive factor. And I think his best position is probably a little bit deeper, where like his best moments are between the 2 thirds, not when they're in that final third. And that clip ball is probably one of the best things he's done offensively, or did over the course of the playoff run.
You wonder if they learned something scouting-wise as far as fit and everything else, and what they did with Thiago Andrade and with Thais Magno, and then also, of course, with Santi Rodriguez, who had such a good playoffs. I mean, I heard Sam on MLS Today on Twitter Spaces say that his breakout or like his U22 guy is Thais Magno. I could not agree more. He looked amazing in that CCL match. I don't want to like overhype it because, look, Santos de Guapiles it's not exactly a fair fight necessarily, but he is super physical. It's impossible to get the ball off him, and it looks like he has sort of learned and understand where the runs are and how to play off Tati and off those outside backs. I think he's in for a really big season for them. I'm excited for him.
I agree with you.
Sorry, I'm just looking at the Twitch chat, and so someone's like, "Hey guys, this is Zero Empire," and said, "Hey guys, I'm a Minnesotan, and I was at Portland for the playoff game. Many of us hadn't eaten until 5 a.m. When we got to Portland. Many restaurants refused to sell us food because of how busy they were. So probably a third of us hadn't eaten all day, and we were drunk by the time the game started." Oh well.
I mean, I got to tell you, those are Zero Empire. That's some real excuse making. Like, grocery stores exist, bro. Like, you can go pick up, like, convenience stores. Like, go get a bag of Cheetos, man. Like, get something in that belly so you can survive and not be completely left out to sea by the time game time hits. But I respect the dedication. Wait, so he's a Minnesotan.
Yeah, he came for, I think, the match before.
You're saying the Minnesota-Portland game to open the playoffs.
Got it.
They had a really good 15 minutes, I think. They scored the opener 15 minutes in, 1-0 Minnesota. Yep. Life was good. And then they melted down from that moment. Some of those goals I remember now, remembering back to like the turnovers and then just like this like wide open expanse for Sebastian Blanco to walk through. It's like, I think that's not the guy you want to just leave open at the top of the box. So wasn't it Reynoso and
I believe some clips went around of folks not exactly attempting to recover defensively in key moments. Where they're like, why are you not running? Like, what are you waiting on right now? By the way, these were cool scenes, and they'll get much cooler here in about 20 minutes and otherwise. But this is a pretty sweet watch party in New York City for NYCFC.
Yeah, I think.
I also forgot. They have Foshive started this game, which was a big surprise for Portland.
Yeah, because Paredes was hurt.
Yeah, Paredes was hurt.
Yeah, they had that
and
one.
Obviously,
well.
Williamson had gone out earlier as well. But
now they've got David Ayala to do that.
There are so many U22 signings just floating around this league now that it's not that I forget about them, but when you're trying to track 28 teams and all the signings that they make, it's so hard to keep it all straight and keep it all in perspective and be like, oh yeah, this guy could be a massive game changer for the Portland Timbers this year. I saw a meme out there that was like one's like, oh, my team made a great signing, and then it's like a list of other teams. It's like, this is exciting. Then it's like 50 other signings exactly like that, and you're just like, oh, that feels a little bit less good. But for the neutrals out there, it all feels good because the league feels so much more loaded.
And with the U22 ones, like the Ayala one, they're not even supposed to be factors this year. So in like thinking about what your team looks like, Orlando's made a couple of these as well. They're like succession planning and just talents available, so you bring it in. And so in looking at your team and being like, well, what are they this year? I don't know that David Ayala is there to really raise the floor this season, but long term, they believe he's
maybe to spell Diego Chara, just like give him a little bit. I mean, if he needs rest, I don't know.
I mean, if you bring Williamson back, Paredes can do that as well for Chara. By the way, Jimmy Chara, so cool that they get to play together. Just like, how awesome is that? Also, he played for Colombia in their World Cup qualifier at home against Peru. And I went to a Colombian restaurant bar to watch the game. And he came on the field, and I started cheering so much. And everyone looked around at me like, why are you such a big this guy fan? And all of a sudden, and I was like, MLS. And everyone was like, yeah, for sure, dude. Like, do less. Chill.
MLS, all right?
Yeah.
Come on, that's it. We have Squidward's back here. No, Chill Rich. I don't know if that's, I wonder if it says huge extra time fan. God, shout out to all the extra time fans out there. What's been your favorite MLS Cup? Do you have a favorite, Kaylin? Like, I'm trying to decide if the ones you like. You have a mixed bag of MLS Cup.
Yeah, I got a couple of least favorites.
Yeah.
Let's break it down by half. If we break it down by half,
the first half just wonderful.
First half of each game. Yeah, I'm trying to think as neutral. I don't know. Like,
I have two.
The Atlanta one was really. We were all at the Atlanta one was really incredible, just from like an atmosphere and hype situation, and kind of like, is this real?
I was thinking about that today. I remember standing at the top of the concourse and maybe in the pregame even, I think, and sort of getting goosebumps. And the whole week had been so MLS Cup focused. Everywhere you went, everybody you talked to. In some cities we've gone to for these, even when teams have hosted, it hasn't been that way. But Atlanta was just sort of like universally that way. Everybody cared. Everybody wanted to talk about it. It was just plastered everywhere. And I just remember standing there and we all just like, my God, this is MLS? This is so awesome.
My most painful was definitely sitting in the crowd in Toronto against Seattle. That was just like, I mean, physically painful. It was so cold.
That was my number one.
I actually thought that one was
less. I actually think this
not as cold as Kansas
has
City
to be
in
up there
13.
for me.
Well, I'm just saying, like, that one was colder. It truly was colder. Like, the one in Toronto, I managed to stay outside the entire game. It was me and Bobby just passing takes back and forth. And remember, MLS had bought all the employees those big stadium jackets. I still wear that thing all the time, like the Uber jacket. But in Kansas City, I couldn't even stay out for the second half. We were all huddled in this tiny press box. But
2015 was my first cup, so I really enjoyed that. And Columbus again. You felt the energy in the market. Everyone was super excited. The stadium was
These
jumping.
are all Portland matches, by the way.
Yeah,
I know,
the Timbers fans were great. I remember when they won, watching. I was like sitting in the main stand, and they were behind the goal, and it was like a tiered up stand, and then there was like a roof that went down, and then the players and the Timbers fans were celebrating, and this guy just gets flown forward and just starts sliding down along this roof towards the field. But it's like one story up. And the guy just gets up and starts screaming. And I think Liam Ridgewell starts screaming back at him. And then he climbs back up the roof and jumps back into the section. And I'll never forget that. And then I'd say 16. I was the trophy handler on the field. I thought that atmosphere, I think that atmosphere felt
You can get that job. How do you
louder.
get that job?
Dude, you got to know people who know people.
Good hands.
Like, what qualifies you? Like,
it's
is
sort
there
of
a
like
tryout for
Cinderella.
that?
It's like Cinderella. They have a glove, and whoever's hand fits, that's the person.
White
Damn.
gloves. It's one of the greatest honors
It's a
of my life.
classy-
To carry around
classy
Big
gig,
Phil. Yeah.
I think Chris Wingert did that this year at this match in Portland, because I saw him down there. But I think the other one I would shout out is the Dynamo's first title, and this is before I was a Dynamo player or fan or anything like that. But that game was just, the Revs teams were amazing back then, with like Twellman and Shawry and Deuce, all these guys.
This was
and
the one
then,
that was
you know,
at RFK?
06, I want to
This
say.
game?
Or was it the one at Pizza Hut Park?
Yeah, it was in Dallas.
Formerly Pizza Hut Park.
Yeah.
That was the Ching goal,
Yep.
right? Like Twellman scores in stoppage time or extra time?
Yeah.
Stoppage time. And then Ching
Yeah.
comes back and immediately gets one. And it was like, this was the Revs. It was their third. Well, it wasn't their third trip. No, it was their second trip
Yeah, because then they go back next year and play each other.
Yep, and Houston wins again.
Kalen, were you a San Jose fan and then they moved to Houston?
Yeah, I was. Yeah, I remember that those San Jose teams were amazing. With Dwayne DiRosario is my favorite MLS player. I think I've said that over and over again ever. But it was partly because I got to see him play in San Jose, and we would scrimmage against San Jose every spring with Berkeley, and I would always relish the chance because it was Ching, Donovan, Dero, Eddie Robinson, Jeff Vegas. There were some baller players.
Notice he hasn't said Troy Dyack, who just, if he says it, the nightmares come tonight.
Yeah, I got to check the door every time I say that. Make sure it's locked.
Did Nicola leave that? Yeah, did she lock it when she left, or could Troy come charging through?
Troy, he came charging through in a couple of those scrimmages. I'm still thinking about it.
Zero Empire.
Wait.
Up. Wait, do we still doing the favorite MLS Cups? Because I got a couple.
No,
in there.
We can, but I just want to understand. Did you then follow? Did you or people that you knew who were Quakes fans follow them to Houston, or was it that's done and then they became fans again when the Quakes came back?
Well, it was an interesting point. I would say I was a Quakes fan. I was a San Jose Clash fan first, right? Because that was before they were the Quakes. And I remember going down to those games, and I used to work at the soccer celebration outside the stadium, running
what were you doing?
I mean, I never got any of the cush jobs like Goss gets, as far as holding the trophy, or I wanted to monitor the speed gun and the power shot station.
Nice.
I was more helping demonstrate the dribbling through the cones, more the skill type things. And I was in middle school at the time. But the cool part was after you break down, you get a free ticket into the match. So me and my buddy Diego would go down and work the stations, get dropped off, and then we go in and watch the match. You generally get in just before halftime.
Yeah, I was gonna say late arrival. You're hoping hoping not to hear too many roars from the crowd. Save the goals for us.
Yeah, exactly. So I was a fan, but then as I started getting closer, in college, I had a guy who played for Berkeley, Chris Roner, who played on the Earthquakes. And so it was the first time I started thinking I might be able to play in MLS. And then Wando, who is my club teammate growing up in high school, he was on the Quakes. He was a part of that team that moved to Houston. So I always was rooting and following. They had a lot of local guys, kind of like Wando or other guys like Roner that Roner didn't go to Houston with them, but followed the team. So I definitely always followed the team, and I got to know Dom Kinnear a bit when I was playing in college at that point in time. I was talking to him about maybe leaving college early to play for the Quakes. And then, so it was kind of a roundabout moment when I ended up getting traded to Houston. So it was I was hoping that they were going to draft me, to be honest, in the draft, but things got mixed up and they took Pat Ayani instead. It was also awesome.
Whoa!
But,
the center back, baby.
Even
Let's
to
go.
this day, the Pat Ayani
UCLA guys, they always got picked first, UCLA. It's just, they got that clout.
That's the way the world works.
This is before Instagram, but they had all the hype around them.
I remember. I think my first MLS Cup that I remember, very vividly, was Crew Red Bulls. Also, in LA, a lot of games, a lot of MLS Cups in LA over that time period. There were 3 and not even 4 and 7 years or something like that were played at StubHub. But I just remember Frankie on the podium, and I remember being just a huge GBS guy. I don't know if you guys remember the Boca Juniors. There's a photo of a Boca Juniors fan hanging on the massive fence in a Crew jersey back in the day. And for whatever reason, that photo sticks out to me. And then just GBS and the way that he hit. I remember he hit the league like Pipa, however many years later, where he immediately was just, when you watch games, you're well, that's the best player on the field. Unquestionably. Loved what the Nordeca did with the bow down celebration for him. I just thought that was complete class. I remember that Crew team. And I also remember being why are the Red Bulls, what are they doing in the Western Conference? How did they get over there? They made a run. How? This makes no sense whatsoever.
Wait, can I give you a very random but kind of funny GBS story that I have? Yes. It just came to me. I haven't thought about this in a long time. But, I was watching him play and playing against him, and he wore the boots that he wore were, how you have the Vapor cleats, like those Nikes. He had like the cheap
Unknown
version.
company?
No, he had the bootleg version that were like not
He had like
the full
the
nice one.
$60, like the non-kangaroo leather.
Nice.
Yeah, like you know how there's like tiers, there's like
The ones
levels
that
to
your
this?
mom buys you because she's like,
Exactly.
you're not going to be a professional
Yeah,
soccer
Yeah,
Your
the,
player.
foot's still growing.
the blister
Yeah.
specials, the ones that you're just
Right.
like,
Yeah.
these have turned my feet into just like ground meat.
And I just remember thinking, like, why does this dude have the bootleg version? Like, he's like one of the best players in the league. Like, he's probably paid better. He's definitely paid better than I was. I had the real version. Like, I just couldn't believe it. And I guess it was probably like a matter of taste or comfort or something. Or he was just, financially prudent. I think he was maybe making some smart decisions on and off the pitch.
Love the cost of living in Central Ohio. Like I'm good enough. I don't need those. I don't need those other boots, honestly.
Yeah.
Get
It'd
better
be I don't
level
think
on
I'll
my
ever
freaking-
get a chance to ask him about it, but it was an interesting choice.
My GBS story, which I think I've told before, is when he came to Columbus, it was right when Angel came to JPA, came to Red Bull, and they marketed the game as Super Classico, River versus Boca,
Nice.
GBS versus Angel, and they literally had pictures of them in those two jerseys. And I got so jacked up that I skipped junior prom to take a bus to the Meadowlands to watch that game in an empty stadium. That's how pumped I was. I was like, Boca River, this is the dream.
You skipped
It was
junior.
not.
You skipped junior prom. Did you skip or did you just not have a date?
Probably both.
I don't want to
That's a
blow you up on
reasonable
that because
question.
I didn't go to either of my proms and because
nice.
I think I was too scared to ask somebody and like
The baller
Oh,
move is if you
yeah,
would
it's
have
kind of sad. Kind of
if you
sad.
would have brought
a
the date
date.
to the match. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, I mean, I put out this
Forget this prom thing.
this thread on Twitter that's like, how did you get converted to MLS? How have you converted people to be MLS fans? And there are a ton of MLS first dates that led to marriage. Like that could have been your fate.
Really?
That could
It's
have been
like
your
the
fate.
new Hinge. It's like the relationship sport.
Yeah, it's a little bit of Love Is Blind and just like see where it goes. I don't know.
Listen,
I
it's
believe
only
that.
2
It's
hours.
like,
and
when I say
if you don't-
Timbers, what do you think?
If you don't go to a playoff game, it can max be 2 hours. I think that's a safe amount of time to be like, I'm stuck with this person, but also if it goes well, now you're talking about a post-game celebration if the team wins, where the fan... Like, it makes sense. I like that as a first date option.
Yeah.
I'm in favor.
exactly.
Maybe I'll just start running a first date program to MLS games.
We should add that to the MLS app. Yeah.
It's like charter a bus and be like, all right, well, we got this. It's like those. I remember we used to go to Red Bulls games and take off from was it Legends in Midtown?
Yeah.
And you'd pay what? You'd pay like. I feel like you pay like
I think it was
like
like $20. It was
yeah,
not that
$20
expensive.
to be on the bus, and they would just have boxes and boxes of lukewarm beer. I just remember the beer was never cold, and you just we'll get the beer cold for you, but we got this set up. We have a by the way, Real Squidward says his first ever MLS game was a Patrick Ianni overhead kick for the Sounders against Houston.
That's
Wow.
why he got drafted.
Yeah. I don't have any over.
That was goal of the year, wasn't it? I think that one won
so,
goal
yeah.
of the year.
Yeah.
Put that on his
was
tombstone. I
an
don't know,
epic goal.
early days, but put that on your tombstone, Pat. Set that up, man.
He created
Just
an MLS fan. Real Squidward probably wouldn't even be on the stream right now if Pat didn't score that goal.
100%. We have Zero Empire saying, what are your guys' favorite MLS stadiums? What are the best stadiums to play at, Kalen?
Ooh. I always said RFK, and it's kind of random because it's like not an MLS stadium anymore. But I just love that it was like so grimy. It has so much history. It kind of smelled bad. Like if you had to run to the closest locker room and by the dugouts to if you're
dugouts.
warming up, you're like, oh man, like don't go to that one. Like take the long route around that one and go back. So it was like also one of those where you kind of got to know the the blueprint of the stadium to be able to just proceed safely.
Here's the question for you: Did somebody get you up to speed on which bathroom to avoid? Or
Nah, you
were
find out
in
the
an
hard
emergency
way.
situation and you're like, oh man, this pregame deuce is going to be really uncomfortable.
No, you just watch the rookies just kind of run right in there, just not knowing any better. It's sad.
right on the way, like daddy long legs everywhere. Like it's like a summer camp bathroom. You're just like, oh god, I can't even bear to sit down.
Yeah. But I would say other places that I would say stand out for me. I don't know. I love Houston Stadium. I know that's the obvious choice, but I actually really love the stadium. I love the fans there. That was really fun. Kansas City, I hated the stadium, and I kind of hated the fans there because they were just so brutal and right on top of you. But I would say, like, tons of respect because they made it a really intimidating place to play. And then Portland, too, because I think I always say, like, when you show up in a opposing fan, you have to, or opposing player, you have to walk across the pitch because it's just the only way to get to the locker room. Or at least the only way that I know how to get there. And you have to walk past Timber's Army. And I remember, like, a couple hours ahead of time, they would be there, like, singing in full voice. And you're like, oh, wow, all right. Like, this is different than most MLS stadiums you walk in. And, like, people are coming in, but this was, like, everybody ready to go. So I think those are some of the standouts for me. But there's a bunch of new stadiums. Like, every year there's new stadiums coming into the league. And some, like, those are otherworldly also. Like, LAFC is just super cool. I would have loved to play there.
It's wild how much it's changed. Like, even this question, it's like, well, what were the ones that maybe that weren't the best? And it's like all of those markets have new stadiums. I can't really think of one that's not, like, enjoyable. I've never been to a few. I've never been to Inter Miami. I haven't been to Austin. I haven't been to Vancouver. And I don't think I've been to Cincinnati. Those are the 4. And I haven't been to the new
Charlotte
Cincinnati.
What about Nashville?
Somebody did send me a picture of the march, though, today. So I was like,
I went to Nashville at the Nissan Stadium where they were playing. I went to their playoff game last year.
Columbus?
And, yeah, I went to the Campeones Cup. It is awesome. The new Columbus Stadium. It's exactly what you want. Like, it's not too much. It is everything's right on top of the field, vertical, holds in noise. It's walkable. It's right next to all the other stadiums. There's a minor league baseball stadium and a hockey arena right next to it, so it makes sense to people to go there. And there's a bunch of breweries around that you can go to and then walk to the game. There's actually a bike path that takes you right into the stadium from downtown. So it's really impressive. It's really cool. And it was a lot of fun to go there. And I think they played Cruz Azul, and there was a bunch of Cruz Azul fans in the house as well. So it was a pretty cool atmosphere for that one. Red Bull Arena is just a quality building. Like, it's
I agree with that. Just as a soccer stadium, when you walk into it, it feels like a place where there's only one thing that matters, and that's the game. And there's the goal, and that's what matters. Who else? Tati.
You watch him play. I saw it in CCL this week, but we've seen it now for a year and a half, 2 years. Like, he's going to work whatever league he goes to. And it's pretty exciting to think he could play as a winger, he could play as a second forward, he could play as a lone forward, he could play underneath. Like, he presses, he creates, he holds the ball, he scores goals. When the rumors around West Ham came out, I was like, he's going to score a ton of goals there. Like, I don't think there's a level that he can't reach or play at. I don't know that he'll be a Golden Boot winner and the dominant player.
Yeah, I was going to say, I don't know that being, like, the guy 20-plus goal scorer is really his profile.
But I don't think there's a club at which he can't get into the team and be helpful or a useful part of.
It's hard for me to imagine a manager not respecting what he does. It may be that they're looking for somebody who does something different, but, like, his quality as a player, his commitment, the way that he just is like, it doesn't seem like there's an off button with him.
I also feel like he's progressing still because even still what we saw in the past of him was like, I think the knock was that he was a volume shooter, right? He needed a bunch of chances to be able to convert, and he had some kind of spells in the season where he would go multiple games without a goal.
Or he'd miss big chances where you're just like, how on earth?
Yeah. And he still does do that occasionally. Like, if you remember in the match against New England, he had essentially, a shot right in front of net to put the game away. And then they end up coming back, remember, and Tejan scores the goal. That would have put the game out of reach. Tejan scores a goal. Tati gets a red card. So there was still, like, some little moments that I think he has shown that he still needs to improve. But I think one thing he definitely proved throughout the playoffs is, like, you wondered about NYCFC if like they had that kind of clutch gene or that clutch guy that they could go to in the playoffs, and he showed great leadership even in I remember leading up in decision day. I think there was a game against Philly that felt like really big. They get an early red card to Zlatan, and Philly scores right away, and he scores the goal to make it 1-1 to hang on. They finish, I think, a place above Nashville as a result of that. They still had to go on the road throughout the playoffs, but just like every time they needed a goal, he was the name, and he did it again on this final day in MLS Cup as well too. So I think, I think he'll score even more. He won the Golden Boot last year. I think he'll probably. I don't know who else is going to be up for that, but I would think that he would be the favorite if he stays in MLS the full season. But it still feels like he's just kind of scratching the surface also of like that consistency and like leveling up.
What's interesting about the Golden Boot race from last year is we had a lot. I mean, we get this all the time. But we had a lot of people being like, why aren't you talking about so-and-so? Why aren't you talking about so-and-so? And Tati had 19 goals, I think, right?
Yeah, he did. But I think he had like 12 coming into the final month of the season. He actually wasn't a guy that because he wasn't in the same zone as everybody else coming into the end of the season.
But here's the thing. So in 2019, because I'm looking it up now, Joseph was third with 27 goals.
Yeah, it was a different...
No one was in the conversation last year. And that's what was bizarre was if you scored in back-to-back games, all of a sudden you went from on 12 goals to a Golden Boot leader. It was a weird year for 19 to win it after years where we've seen everyone go over 30 over and over. I mean, Rossi had 14 in 2020, and it was a shortened season. So it'll be interesting if Kaylin's right that, let's say Tati stays the year, what number does he land at? And then if Joseph's healthy, if Rui Diaz, although already questionable, if he's healthy, if Chicharito's healthy, and that team's better.
Rui Diaz likes to play games on the gram. Like, Kaylin and I know this as veteran Instagram reporters. Like, Raul likes to get on the gram after games and just like take pictures of body parts and just do nos vemos. Like, we'll see. But then it's like, are you really hurt, or are you just yanking our chain here, dude? Like, I can never tell with Raul Rui Diaz, to be honest with you.
So yeah, but the Golden Boot will be interesting this year. I think it'll be in a different stratosphere. You're gonna have to score 25 plus goals, I think, to win that award this year.
Who's the I just did some research the other day when I was writing my column for week one and like to promote people, and I was looking at Chicharito, and Chicharito actually scored 17 in 1,000 less minutes than Tati did. Yeah. So like those are the sort of guys that, and Joseph is another one in that same mold, that just didn't get the Raul Rui Diaz again. I'm joking about him sort of yanking our chain, but he missed a good amount of time last year. Those are the sort of guys that you're looking at and saying, okay, well if they can play a full season, this won't be a
Carlos Vela as well
yeah,
falls in that category.
For sure. Like it won't be a 19 goal win the Golden Boot.
What did Arango finish with last year?
I want to say 13 maybe.
That's pretty close for a mid-season acquisition.
Yeah.
Let's see. I can pull it up.
And then you're gonna have guys who aren't center forwards. Shaqiri, we think
14
could be in this convo.
5
I think
PKs.
Johnny. Yeah, but that's not. Well, if Fella's on the field.
Wow, if you're gonna take Ola Kamara down a peg, but now you're gonna be okay with him from Arango.
Was I the one knocking Ola Kamara?
I saw a meme today from us last year, like where we were talking about the Golden Boot that Anders put out, which was like us like fawning over Ricardo Pepi, and then in a pool, like parents be like, "You're so great," and then the bottom of the ocean, a skeleton of Ola Kamara. So I have a little bit of scar from that right now.
I think part of that might be that Ricardo Pepi's like 14 years younger than Ola Kamara and doing similar things on a soccer field is pretty impressive.
By the way, Arango...
Although I'm an Ola guy. Me and Ola Kamara had one of the best conversations I've had in years at a media marketing one time just about geopolitics and cultural identity.
He's seen a lot of things.
Right now I heard a rumor that he's being shot around.
He is being shot. I was just going to ask... By the way, I looked at Chicho Arango's stuff. So even on non-penalty goals, he was 0.58 per 90, which was like 94th percentile among forwards in the league. So even if he had those PK goals, he was still elite as far as scoring goals otherwise. And Brian Rodriguez is back looking motivated in preseason. He better be motivated. Like things he kind of hit the brakes last year, and then Vela back. So that could be a big one. Well, maybe talk more Vela in the second half here. By the way, where would you send Ola? Oh, yeah, I got to hit a promo for everybody. It's halftime. We'll be right back. But the MLS is back. Watch Along Show goes down on Saturday, 5:45 p.m. Eastern on Twitch and YouTube. On to 7:30. They will lead you in. It's going to be Kaylin Goss, Big Suze, and Mike LaBelle leading you into the national TV game. Going to watch all those other games live. Sorry, who did I say? Yeah, Doyle, Kaylin. Thought so. You saw Doyle on the promo image there, so everybody sort of understood.
Was that Christian Fuchs in the back or Hernan Losada? You guys weren't paying attention.
I wasn't. Yeah. Was Christian Fuchs going to be a thing?
I don't know, man. Here we go. Back up.
That is Christian Fuchs. Yeah.
Oh man. Yeah. Higuain really does look like Doyle.
He does. He absolutely does. When Doyle took his hat off, I was just like, "This is perfect. I know that this is I'm gonna put this on the internet and it's going to do numbers." Like,
I would love to see a skit where we actually send Doyle to Miami in his pink kit, and he tries to get into a nightclub, or he tries to get into a South Beach restaurant and see what happens.
Orders a cafecito and is just trying to have a nice breakfast by himself, and just
we'll get him some fancier sunglasses too, just to kind of help with the whole thing. Maybe rent a car, give him a nice
probably
rental.
A Gucci belt is going to be necessary in that situation. If I just making a prediction on what might be needed there.
One of the most endearing moments in my soccer time was when I found out that Pipa Higuain was injured in 2016, and he booked himself a flight from Columbus to New York to go see the Copa Centenario final that his brother was playing in, and he had never booked himself a flight before, and he ended up in middle seat, back row, and people on the plane were coming from MLS. I think they had a game that weekend or something, and we're like, man, dude, Pipa's sitting he was fourth on the list to board and stuff, and it was oh man, he's just going to see his brother play in a big soccer game. What a cool thing.
You're missing this. This is like GBS, and you're being responsible.
Yeah, it's true.
You just got to be responsible.
Boy, two guys. See why they chose that Central Ohio life. Have you seen the square footage?
Why do you think I still fly commercial? It's just to stay humble,
Just to stay grounded.
Just to remind yourself.
Yeah. I appreciate that, Kaylin. That's why I've always kind of felt a kinship with you as one of the richest people I know, but also one of the best people I know.
Yeah. I was so humble that I convinced my entire Dynamo team to fly commercial every flight and to wear our orange hoodies the whole time, just to
this is part of the gig. Just bring your lunch pail, all right?
The gospel. Yeah.
We're a blue collar team. Let those other teams have the charter flights. We want to fly commercial. We want to tell people that no, we're actually a professional soccer team. Why are we all wearing matching shirts? This is why. Where would you send Ola Kamara? Or would you regardless of whether that team would pay the price or whatever the price is at this point? I feel like the Colorado Rapids are just waiting around, letting the price fall, and then they'll trade for him. When it
that would make a ton of sense, right?
It would.
Even with the way that they go out to market and find players, right? It's like finding guys that are undervalued or but have experience and success in MLS, and it's what's the floor for Ola Kamara? 10 goals, 12 goals? You're basically guaranteed that the day he walks into your club.
The floor is leading your team in goals if he scores 10 goals.
And the ceiling is the guy is almost always ends up in and around the 4 or 5 in the Golden Boot race, but everybody's kind of forgets that. It's a strange situation, but I feel especially for a club that has everything maybe but that lead the line finisher. It's not flashy, but it's effective, and I feel that would suit them really well. I mean, even I know Nashville has enough. It feels like they went out and they got Teal, they've got CJ. But they just traded Rios, right?
Yeah, to Charlotte.
Nashville has 97 center forwards and not enough room for them. Here's one that will upset Weeby, but I think makes sense is Orlando, because you've got an unknown DP, and then you've got Pato, and then Tesho. And I think Ola could be a known quantity in there that.
But they just got that. They just got that DP. Is that where Ola wants to go?
What's the Goss? Well, I don't know that that's I don't know that that's the central point of this combo, and I would argue that for him, if he doesn't fit in DC, all of this is better. But the one thing to point out with Ola, which is weird about this whole conversation, is like he pushed for the Golden Boot last year. He's a pretty known forward. He's actually not on a huge contract. So it's not like the team has to look at it and say, oh, are we really going to commit all this to a guy who won't be a starter? Like, his number is close to what it should be for that role. So I think SKC still makes sense, even bringing in the forward they did for Montenegro. That's an unknown quantity. And I think Orlando would make sense as well, as would Colorado. Those would be my top 3.
Let me just throw one out that sounds we're watching this game, and by the way, the 59th minute is not very happy with us. What are these random anecdotes these guys are talking about? Can they talk about the actual game? You realize this is a game that happened. Right? You realize that this game is a game that you could have watched months ago, and that this is a replay of MLS Cup. Like, this happened. This is not a live soccer game. You could go check the box score and know exactly. I'm just saying, like, just talking about the league here. If you want us to talk about something in the game, like, let us know. But we've all watched this before. We know what's going to happen. NYCFC wins. Spoiler.
Whoa, spoilers.
Spoiler. But speaking of, could NYCFC be a decent landing spot?
No.
Why not? If Castellanos gets sold, and you have Heber and Ola, you don't know what Heber's necessarily going to be. Why couldn't it work?
Well, one, you do know, because Heber was a starter for you in this league.
Sure, but if Castellanos is gone, then it's Magno. I guess he could play forward, but he seems like a better.
It's Heber and Thiago Andrade.
Andrade's a center forward?
They've used him there. I'm just saying they have cover. So you're talking about him not wanting to go to Orlando. If he went to NYC today, he would be at best the third option at center forward. And Heber, yeah, he got hurt, but when he's been healthy, and it's not like it's an off and on thing. He had one major injury. He was
you don't know. There's still you still just have the depth, like to have too deep depth. You're a team that wants to win, probably Shield and Cup, and maybe CCL. Although that doesn't really matter because you have Tati through that. I don't know if he sticks around till May. Maybe you're going to sell Tati. I don't know. Just throwing it out there.
Well, I'm confused. What's the problem with DC? Seems like that was
just doesn't seem like they went and got Michael Estrada, who seems like he's going to be the starter, and this Taxi Fontas guy.
Right, and depending on the formation, they also got Taxi, who's a DP, because it might be a 5-3-2, whatever it is. And they've got
3.
I don't know that those two guys.
If you're counting the wing backs as among the 4, and then you have like Knauser and Moses, and then the three attackers is probably Edison Flores, Michael Estrada, and then Taxi Fontas.
My understanding is that they're not going to sit the 2 attackers underneath the center forward like they did last year. But either way,
I bet it's a contract dispute.
It just sounds like I don't think he's a high pressing player. I don't think Losada wants him in that system. And then he scored a lot of goals, so now it's like, well, this guy has value and is clearly successful. Why don't you want him? And so it sort of becomes a thing.
We have to take it back to the game, just for our friend, the 59th minute. What should we expect from Dairon Asprilla this year? Last year was his best season in MLS by far. He went from October, November Dairon to all-year Dairon.
I mean, he was their most consistent attacker last year.
He was one of the most productive wingers in the whole league.
Yeah, and it was like one of those where I think the knock on him was that he didn't have that consistency, that he just kind of showed up in moments or big moments or, playoff time or things like that. So I think, it didn't suit Portland. Like the plan was not for him to be that. I think he just stepped up in a big way. Now with Sebastian Blanco back, you'd expect him.
Why isn't that a handball?
Sorry,
here we go. Turn this into instant replay.
I was looking at. We did this. We did this on the show, and
it comes off Chanot's knee onto his arm. Is the initial contact off the knee take away the time you have to react?
Used to be previous IFAB rules did say that if it came off a body part, then it wouldn't be. I think the question you have to ask is basically, is there like some sense of intent? Is he making his body bigger on purpose? And though it's not explicit in the rules, in my opinion, if it's coming off your knee and your body parts are in a somewhat normal position, like i.e. they're not like straight up over your head or like out wide or like, you look like you're a goalkeeper trying to save something, then to me that would not be an instance where there's like intent from that player
Cahill,
to handle the ball.
Do you think the paycheck comes from Global City Football Group, Man City, or NYCFC directly to Andrew Wiebe?
Again, this game already happened.
Dude, it sounds like you're doing coverage for someone. You are
I bet people think that. I bet people think
field.
that all the time on instant replay. All the time. You know who normally doesn't think that? The referees and the players probably. Who are
Yeah,
like,
for sure.
God, what are you even talking about here? We'll be back Sunday, everybody. So if you see anything, hit us up. I agree. I think Chill-X Rich says, good no call, by the way. Completely agree with Chill-X Rich.
But Kaylin, I cut you off. Sorry.
No, that's what this is for. Isn't that the idea? It's Twitch, man. You can do what you want.
Here's a question on Asprilla. Let's say Sebastian Blanco's healthy tomorrow. Fully healthy at Sebastian Blanco level. What's the starting four in the attack for the Portland Timbers?
Well, it's Blanco if he's healthy.
Yeah.
Right? And then it's Dairon. And then Mora's out, so it's Nishgoda. And then it's Jimmy Char.
And so I don't know that I would 100% say Asprilla over Moreno. I thought Santiago Moreno was really
that's where
good
you're
to
going
close
with
the
this.
year.
I was trying to figure out your angle.
Yeah, that's my angle is I don't believe Blanco will be healthy the whole year, so this is probably not a convo that will be an issue, right? Jimmy Chara or Moreno will probably start in that central role when Blanco's out. And I actually thought Laria was really good to close the year. I think the point is Moreno's a cleaner player and can be more consistent. And Asprilla's a game changer, but I don't know that he's a locked-in starter with the best 11.
Definitely Dairon is a winger in this league that's not a connecting winger. Like, he's a get the ball at his feet, let him run at people winger. If you look at his carries and his dribbles, he's in the top tier of that. But if you look at passing numbers, that is not where he's hurting people. He's hurting people getting on the ball and going at goal and being direct. So,
which I thought was a massive mistake in this MLS Cup was, especially in the first half, they never got him isolated against Tavon Gray, and they pulled him in field, Asprilla, to find the ball and sort of change the shaping. So, not Blanco, right? Sorry, left back, not Van Rinken.
Yeah, Claudio Bravo.
Bravo, not Blanco, yeah. So that he could get space, and I thought that was a mistake. I thought the game plan should have been pull the game into the right and then hit a long switch to get Asprilla into space. And they did it maybe once, and it's when Blanco got that curling shot in that first 15 minutes, when then Blanco comes over and picks it up off him. But yeah, that's what Asprilla does best. And then being a legitimate finisher on the back post.
Yeah.
Like, he can change the way center backs have to play when the ball goes out right to a guy like this, Jimmy Chara, when he's working on that back stick.
The other thing, though, is also defensively. Well, he gives you a ton. Like, he gives you a lot defensively. And, that going back to this game, I don't know if it was surprising, but New York City was so good with the ball, and they had been through the playoffs, but took a lot of the game in their own hands in this one. And I just think Portland, I think that they've always been most dangerous, kind of hitting on the break and finding moments in transition. And New York City didn't give them a ton of opportunities in transition on the break. And then with the ball, New York City was just excellent. Like, Maxi and everybody getting on it, Rodriguez, Santi, getting in and around it. I thought they were very good on the day.
Yeah, speaking of Santi, Van Rankin was just and I don't think I'm going to let you continue. Get it up there. Take that ankle. Santi's a really interesting one to me this year. And how they sort of how they use him and how they maybe split time with Maxi. Maxi's still
You're talking about Santi Rodriguez?
Yeah. Maxi's still just a magician, like a chance creation engine. It's incredible at his age what he's still able to do, but we saw flashes of that from Santi and also flashes of an ability for him to be in goal-scoring situations and to finish. So I'm very curious to see how Dyla uses those two and how he rotates some of his attacking options because he has so many. Just on the Dairon thing, if you're thinking about why he started as well, I don't know, in a game like this and situations like this, he's basically the best aerial winger in the league, like Kai Kamara-esque in that sense. and whether it be on set pieces, which the Timbers had been really good on in the playoffs and otherwise, but also defensively, that's pretty valuable as well. So that's probably a reason why they went with him.
Yeah, and I think it made sense last year because Moreno didn't have a ton of experience in this league and had played well against, I think, RSL he was really good against and was a huge factor in that game. But Espriu was the guy you trusted. On Santi Rodriguez, I think he's the first winger down, right? Like Magno, Thiago Andrade, Jason, maybe whoever sort of gets into those convos, you're starting opposite Santi Rodriguez unless Maxi's out. Like he is locked in. I thought he was the best player on the field against the Revs in what ended up being the biggest upset.
Yeah, he was awesome that game.
Yeah. And so it's like if he's capable of what he's capable of, plus he steps up in big moments, then that's everything you need to see from a young player.
Just want to shout out to the folks on Twitch. We just got a big viewer bump. So welcome. What's up? Hit the chat right now. We will talk about literally anything to the consternation of the 59th minute. I mean, it will really get under his skin if we talk about something other than this game, but we're happy to do so. Or we can talk about this game. We're 60 minutes into 2021 MLS Cup. It's a mystery as to who's going to win this one. So stay on the edge of your seat, folks.
Can I say, even with hindsight 2020, I think you still start Sebastian Blanco. He just came off, or he's about to come off.
Yeah.
It's your biggest game. He's your best player. You're home. He had 2 chances in the opening 15 minutes. One is a little pullback to him on the top of the box that he hits wide, and then the other is like a long shot that Sean Johnson takes pretty cleanly. But if that first chance, if that goes in, like you have to have him on the field. Even with them losing, I still believe that they made the right decision in starting him. Other things were probably not done right, but that I still can't fault Gio Savarese for.
Yeah, you got to go with your best guns.
Do you think he'll be an MVP candidate this year, or have that capability? Like, what's your over/under minutes played, Sebastian Blanco, with the knee in the state that it's in? Yeah, which I'm trying to decide if that's overblown or not. Like, because you could go into a physical, and you know more about this than anybody probably, Kaylin. Like, and be like, hey, structurally there's some issues here, but there were those issues last year, and when Sebastian Blanco played down the stretch, he was arguably the best and most effective attacking player in the league. Like, that's not even an overstatement. If you look at his numbers per 90, he was still incredibly influential.
What are the reports on his knee?
Well, so here's the thing that stands out the most. He went down to sign with Boca, and Boca did a medical, Boca Juniors, and said that they didn't trust his knee and they couldn't sign the contract. And if Boca Juniors is saying
at least that's the reporting.
Yeah.
Because this was a negotiation, too. You have to remember that. Like, Portland is also in the middle of a negotiation with Sebastian Blanco over both years and total amount, and not wanting, I would assume, to have him on a big-time DP number. Because I think they filled all 3 U22s, or just 2. Is it just Ayala and Moreno? Is there another one that I'm missing? I think that's it. Because to have all 3, they would anyway.
I was pouring additional water, so I muted myself. But no, you are correct. That they've only signed the 2 U22s.
But so it's a negotiation. So it's to their, if they want to put something out, I'm not saying they did, but if I was negotiating with somebody and they had questions about their knee, I would probably be like, yeah, that's something that concerns us and would affect our ability to give you 3 years or as much money as you're asking for. I don't know.
All right. Yeah, that stuff's complicated. I've been in those negotiations with knee stuff before, and yeah, it can get tricky. But I would say, yeah, I don't know. I would say for him, like, his knee is important, but I would say the way he plays is not so much of like he's explosive and he is explosive in moments and in bursts, but I wouldn't say that it's like he's just a burner that you need a guy to like stretch the field or get in behind or like track. You know, it's like he's a little bit more of an underneath clever guy to get in and around it. So I kind of feel like, I don't know. I kind of feel like I would be less concerned from his knee than you know, even the way we've talked about it, guys like Joseph or other players. You know, even Jordan Morris, like guys like that rely a little bit more on their athleticism. he has a different type of athleticism. It's not to say he's not athletic. It's just his is a little bit more, quick turns and change of pace. Yeah. Like that type of change, which is also, quite important for Neve. But I don't know. I would expect to see him. And, the other thing is, like, if you're Portland, like, for him, like, keep it staying in the same environment when you have had knee injuries and you understand kind of like the medical staff, they understand your history, like those different types of things, or just can manage those minutes with you and have that dialogue already within the same club, I think can be really useful in that. So I think that could be another advantage to staying in one place than trying to kind of like take your knee to a new place and figure out how to manage that.
We have Nora Kim, by the way, in our stream chat that says, seizing this opportunity to ask when we'll get an extra time call to the field. Great branding, AT&T 5G TID, with Mateus Almeida's translator. Do we need to interview Mateus Almeida's translator on the show? I think I'm in for this. I think this is I don't even need to talk to Mateus Almeida through him. I just need to talk to him about what he's translated in the past.
Can I tell you my translator horror story? So he's been with Mateus the whole time that Mateus has been here. I can't remember his name right now, but if you remember back a few years ago during rivalry week, he got ejected from the game against LAFC.
Yeah, he did. I was going to say that.
Where Mateus played it perfectly too, where it's like Mateus said something to the ref looked at him, looked at the translator. My understanding is that referee spoke Spanish. Mateus said it in Spanish. There was a weird pause moment where no one really knew what was going to happen. And Mateus basically looked at the translator and was like, if you're going to kick someone out, you got to kick him out. So they kicked him out.
He's a fall guy.
And
that's great.
I'm assuming a role he's happy to play.
NBA players, MLS players, you got to have a fall guy, man.
For sure. Mateus then gets kicked out, I think 5 minutes later. And me being the true to the ground, to my bones journalist that I am, follows Mateus Almeida back up the tunnel just to see what he's talking about. And on the field behind me, while I'm not looking at the field, Carlos Vela scores that goal where he dribbles through 7 dudes.
Oh, God.
And I went from standing directly behind that goal to the tunnel where I couldn't see it. And that replay has now been played, 7,000 times in my life. And I walked out because Mateus Almeida was getting kicked out of the game. So thanks, Mati. Appreciate it.
Tough day for the Quakes.
Yeah. Well, I think they lost like 5-1. That was when
to a man.
That was when they kept playing LAFC and Mateus kept man marking, and Bob was like, we're gonna eat that.
By the way, was that to talk about the game? Was Dyron trying to flick that up for a bicycle?
I truly, of course he was. Yes. I'm surprised he didn't report it. Wow, that's an epic snot rocket he just hit right there too. By the way, that was a good one.
Can we get a replay here? Okay, here it is. Let's see. I think he's thinking, okay, I don't want this now.
The ball came through.
Wait for it.
He could have tried to actually score that on the cross because the ball came through. Then the whiff, he kicked the dude, but he was offside. Disappointing.
I mean, if this game had a lot, but if it had a Dyron like an MLS Cup, we wouldn't even have to think about which was the best MLS Cup final ever.
Santi's just getting crushed over here on this sideline.
I just had a flash to Panda Ramirez scoring the winner. When we think of random winners in MLS Cup history, I should have been on that list, but Panda Ramirez.
Did Adam Christman score the year before, or did he not?
How dare you? No, Landon Donovan beat us.
Yeah, Landon's. Oh, right, Landon scores the winner. Yeah.
Wow, it's incredible that when you talk Adam Christman, he probably could have scored a winner for LA or New England. He had both those in his.
Adam Christman definitely had a really good look on a header in the first half against us that could have won the game, but
yeah.
By the way,
I think Bobby Boswell had it covered. He had it covered. Maybe Jeff.
The Twitch stream and also YouTube. Start throwing out random MLS players that you love. Give us the Adam Christmans of the world. I need to hear who pops into your head when you think random MLS players. I threw Sire Sin out today as a random MLS player. That was a good one.
I had a tweet that I have since deleted because sometimes I just like to throw up a tweet. Sometimes I just do it for just to see what it feels like to tweet, and then I just delete them. But this one was yesterday, and just for our loyal audience here, I retweeted an old highlight reel of Danielson, and I remembered playing against
Danielson Philly Danielson or
No,
Dallas
no.
Danielson?
FC Dallas. Yeah, FC
Yes.
Dallas.
Yes.
Yeah.
At one
And, like,
time, the most expensive
amazing
player in
moment.
world history.
Yeah. But, like, as a kid, watching him do those 7 step-overs in the World Cup for Brazil was, like, a life-changing moment for me. And, like, really, honestly, probably set me on a bad trajectory in life just because I just, like,
throwing out
went out to
step
training
overs.
with my, like, British coach in Berkeley who was like, you are not Danielson. Stop this. But,
Meanwhile,
like,
that moment
playing
of watching
against him
Danielson worked out well for Eddie Johnson. Just saying.
Nobody
Nobody loved.
But
the
yeah,
step
playing
on the way
against
to-
him in Dallas, I just remember being like, this is Danielson walking off the field in Frisco, Texas right now. What is happening? But I love it. And I said, that's what I love about MLS.
That, by the way, the NYCFC bench, I think.
Ooh, Khalif
You played-
Al-Hassan. We've got that one through. Freddie Lundberg, David Estrada.
David Estrada.
David.
That's what Simon used to say every time.
Oh yeah,
But,
yeah.
but before we go into the players, if you were playing, Kaylin, this is probably best for you. MLS coaches, 4v4, 3v3, a tournament. I think if you have Ronnie Dyla, Mehdi Bellucci, and Efrain Juarez, that's one of the best 3. That I think that's at least a semifinalist in MLS.
What's Dyla's playing background? I don't actually know.
I think he played in Scandinavia. I mean,
Ooh, here's a good one. Anthony Ampai Patakwang. San
don't
Jose
remember
pick.
that.
Of the,
Oh, yeah.
You remember
Is
of the
he
7 Akron
Akron?
first rounders? Yeah.
Yeah.
And then he had a big time career in Thailand.
So Ronnie
Played for the big
Dyla played from 92 to 2011. It seems like 2009.
Also, he's a recent retiree. He's not even like.
Well, he's 46, but my point is he's in good shape. I mean, we've seen him take off his clothes and do push-ups. So, like, he could still play.
Mehdi Bellucci, one of my favorite soccer players ever. Like,
The U.S. number 10
insanely
that we've always been waiting for is Mehdi Bellucci. I say this
He
all
came
the
too
time.
soon. He came at a time in MLS where he still played a ton and had a great career, but like I feel like the way teams play now, like he would be sick.
When they made the trade, I remember saying that's a good deal for both teams when it was him and Kyle Beckerman, right? Swapping?
Yeah.
Or was it him and Pablo? No, him and Kyle.
No, him and Kyle.
I was like, both teams got a good deal there. That's how high I was on Mehdi Bellucci. And now he's a great coach.
Yeah,
but
I was really happy. I talked to him after this match on the pitch, and I was like, it was really cool because like it's this idea that I had never considered the idea that you could win MLS Cup after playing. Like I'd never, it just didn't cross my mind. I was like, oh, I texted some friends, be like, yo, Mehdi won MLS Cup. This is sick. This is amazing, you know? Because I just like, we played against each other in college and in the Bay Area growing up, and you know, close friend for a long time. So it was like, oh wow, like Sean Johnson won an MLS Cup. He's an ex-teammate of mine. I was like, and Mehdi Bellucci also won MLS Cup. Like that's amazing. He can now rattle them off. Maybe he's going to win a bunch of other trophies. So pretty cool.
I sure hope he does.
Yeah.
I need some NYCFC. Some trophies this year from NYCFC to justify my blockbuster trade on Extra Time.
Wait, another shout out, which is the best of all time. Let's be honest. Sergeant Pickles 13 here said Kalen's. Well, he said Caleb. Yeah, now he corrected. Thank you. Kalen's telling me Roger Levesque. So.
Yeah, that's a good one. Digital Takawira's in here. Well,
The former Timbers legend, by the way, Roger Levesque. So yeah.
Cordell Cato.
Yeah,
that's a nice throwback.
That's a deep cut for those fans that know.
Yeah.
One of the guys played. I think he scored. I can't remember if he scored for Portland, but then he became like the villain. It's like you should turn it into its own like fan fiction film. You know.
You're talking about Roger Levesque.
Yeah, exactly.
Was Cordell Cato a Goonie?
San Jose, yeah.
Yeah.
But he was on the Goonies teams, right?
Yeah, Trinidad and Tobago International, Cordell Cato.
Yeah. Remember Simon Dawkins? That was a moment in time.
Dude, Simon Dawkins had a year. He had a year with the Goonies. And then they brought him back on the DP deal, remember? And it was like, ooh,
Didn't work.
Hey, guys. Does not
All right,
work.
Simon
San Jose
Dawkins
had
currently.
Who's that? Ronnie O'Brien? I'm trying to remember some
Oh,
other
that's
guys
a
on
good
the team.
throwback, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, FC
Simon
Dallas
Dawkins
and San Jose.
has been a free agent since 2019. So if we wanted to add to our team, we could potentially sign
long-term
Simon
free
Dawkins.
agency there. I've been a free agent since, at this point, 1986.
Got 21 caps for Jamaica in the end.
Yeah.
Remember when Giles Barnes all of a sudden came to the U.S., played for Houston? Now he became like the Jamaica core of the team.
Giles, great guy.
Did you play with him, or was that after you?
Yeah, no, I played with him for 1.5 years. He came in the summertime.
What was his first day of training like? Giles Barnes arriving in Houston in the summer. And he's like, wait, you guys trained at 8? You guys train at 8:30 a.m.? Like,
no, he actually because I don't think he had signed yet. I think he came on a brief trial, and he absolutely smacked a set piece. Not one over where you kind of whip it over up and over. It was he just crushed this thing, kind of like the derail goal you remember, but it was in training. And just put it in the upper corner, and we're like, oh, okay, all right. But it took him a while to kind of get accustomed. I think anytime you come to a new league, and I think he had been in a weird club situation maybe leading up to it.
I think.
But
well, he was like the anointed coming through the academy at one of the, or he came through the academy, played championship, and it was
I remember he was at Derby County, I think. And
yeah. It was like a Theo Walcott. Kind of character.
Exactly. He was a guaranteed England national team guy, and then flamed out for him in England.
Ravel Morrison type.
You know, another guy like that
Nice.
I played with who had that early success in the Premiership, and then played with me later was Collins John.
Yeah. That's a good throwback.
In Chicago, right?
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
Wonderful guy. One of my favorite teammates. Amazing guy. Such a fun dude. He's an agent now in England, but I love Collins. The biggest smile, happiest guy I know. Just super, super fun guy.
Who's the person that you played with that is your closest friend still among former teammates?
Warren Craval. Yeah, I'd say Warren for sure. But I got a lot of guys. I'm on a group chat with Bobby Boswell. Chingy is a really close friend. There are guys I spent Chicago days, Gonzalez Cigares, CJ Brown. A lot of them are coaches now that I'm still cool with, but I wouldn't say I'm always talking to.
What percentage of the conversations you have with these people are complaining about the current contracts that MLS players are pulling in?
I just do that with you guys. And I thought that was in a safe place, man. Come on. Now you're bringing it out on the Twitch stream.
Dude, every MLS player who's retired, when they see the deals that players get now, which is great, right? The league has grown. It's a legitimate spot for college draft picks. And then also just through your career,
on the iPhone, you can be like, hey, after I look at something for this long, don't allow me to have access. Probably should do that with the MLS Players Union, salary paid for some of those guys. You just can't open it up, all right? You don't have access to those spreadsheets. Don't even look at it. It'd be better.
And that's base money for most guys, right? You're getting bonus stuff on top of that doesn't get reported in that.
Yeah. No, I make jokes I make jokes about it, and just as far as Chris Wondolowski made
I was gonna say,
$13,000
there were guys
in MLS.
Contracts that
just kind of crazy that existed in our lifetime. But the reason you do this and why you keep playing and or that you still or that why you are playing was you're living your dreams and you get paid to do it too and all that, and now hopefully it seems like the cool part is a lot of guys are having more of a role in continuing to grow the sport. I mentioned Medi winning MLS Cup, or I'm working for the league and commentating on it and bringing new people in, and you guys I think should get better for everybody. So sometimes I joke about just being oh man, they just flew in a private jet to pick up
Sean
whatever
Davis.
free agent.
Davis?
And I'm just what? How's this happening? Or it's I joke about those things, but that's progress. I'm really, really happy to see those guys getting, being treated like professionals and being paid like it, and getting in better situations, great training environments, and the quality's growing. It's that's aspirational. So when you see these Tavon or some of these young kids coming up, it's that's normal now. And I think that's a really, really good thing.
What's great is in the league now you have Americans and Canadians who aren't even national team guys, but can be cornerstones of their club. And you talk about Sean Davis, right? How much he's going to make, what he'll do for Nashville. but that's not a guy in a national team conversation. I think of Jeremy Abovisi, Tim Parker, Georgi Mihailovic, like these guys that are stars on their team. They're not national team guys, and yet they can still make big money and have great careers, where it used to be like, can you get into the national team? If not, then you're Kalen Carr.
Even a guy like, we're watching him last night. Like, even a guy like Christian Roldan, I think he's a good example of that. Like, he's a fringe national team player, but probably is not a guy that's going to be on that roster going to the World Cup. But he's one of the best midfielders in the entire league. He's like,
I think he's going to be on the roster.
You think so?
Yeah.
I do too. Yep.
I hope he is. Maybe I haven't been checking the bench as much as I should have. But he was like, every time you see him play for Seattle, they seem to understand like the parts of the field he thrives in. He's just a really, really good soccer player. By the way, we had somebody asking about CCL. You guys want to talk a little CCL as we wait for the Timbers to score a dramatic goal?
While you think about this, can I say one thing real quick before I get blown up in the chat?
Yeah.
No one has noticed Felipe Mora in this game. He will pop up and score the goal, and I hope he feels better, and I hope he gets healthy and gets back to MLS. But Anders will put in the chat something about Felipe Mora, because Dave questioned him, I don't know, a year and a half ago. He does one thing well, and that one thing is really important. But if he's not finishing, he does not add to the game. I'm excited to see what Niashkota brings this year as an all-around center forward. I'm putting that out there now before Anders attacks me in the chat.
Fair. I'm just looking at his stats last year compared to other forwards in the league. It's not terrible. He's among the top 3 forwards in progressive passes received. So he's in.
Yeah. So you're telling me Blanco, Asprilla, Jimmy Chara, Diego Chara are good at soccer? Okay.
What do you think of that Sounders game last night? The absolute destruction of Motagua.
It almost felt cathartic for them. Just one to have everyone on the field together.
Oh, okay.
To have Nico out there, Rusnak there, João Paulo comes in at halftime, Jordan gets the goal. And I also think there was the ghost of Olympia and what happened the last time they were in Champions League, and it starts a little slow and it's 0-0 coming into the game, and then once it opened up, it opened up. And so I think it was like a big moment, and to me it was a sign that like this team can be as good as we think they can be. It's MLS, there's no guarantees. But, man, you bring Leo Chu and João Paulo, and who else came off the bench? Kellen Rowe scores with, I think, his first touch off the bench.
Mm-hmm.
Like,
by the way, Kellen Rowe recognition of the moment, just for like just a soccer nerd moment, was really, really cool. Where he sees the ball turnover, and he sees the pass before, and you can just, if you watch him alone. And Doyle put out a great clip of this on Twitter if you want to go watch the actual clip. You can just watch the goal, watch Kellen Rowe. He recognizes where that ball is going to be 8 seconds before it gets there and just takes off on a dead sprint and wins the race to it, and it's a tap-in. But those are the things that I think of this, when I think of the Sounders this year, of like there's not going to need to be a ton of time to figure out each other or the way they want to play or the relationships on the field or the roles. Like they just have a bunch of guys that sort of intimately understand each other, what they're trying to do, and are well drilled and cohesive in that, and have had success doing it. Your backup like can play left, right back, center mid player is doing that and has hundreds of games in MLS. Like those are the teams that are very, very hard to deal with, both in CONCACAF but also in a Supporters Shield race, in the Open Cup, MLS Cup. They're just crazy deep. It's going to be so fun to watch. Even Leo Chu's out here shooting arrows, like balling out, almost scoring 2 goals. And he feels like, for a U22, feels like an afterthought to them, to go what you were saying about U22s being more like, hey, let's wait and see, fill in as the season goes, don't be relied upon. But they didn't have to get that much out of Rui Diaz. It's going to be special. It's going to be a special year for them.
Yeah. Right now, you can say there's an MLS team in every one of the quarterfinal matchups. How great is that? Because 2 MLS teams can't knock each other out like we saw with Philly and Atlanta last year. That's going to come back to bite
me. Blame that on the Rapids.
100%, but I already know that's going to come back to bite me. In the end, when it's like, oh, yeah, there's no MLS teams in the semifinals.
I'm a little bit sad for the Revs. I wish the Revs would have, even much more sad for Cavalli and for the Haitian team that had to forfeit, and for the competition overall for that to happen. But I'm a little sad for the Revs because Supporter Shield doesn't matter for them. So it's really just about the build-up to these Champions League games early in the season. So I think they'll pick up their points in the league. They're a playoff team. And then when they get to playoffs, they won't have Turner. They probably won't have Buxa. So they'll have to sort of refigure that out. But right now in the mode that they're in, I was sad they just didn't get those 2 games to get 180 under their belts. Because I think Pumas comes up for them in
2 weeks,
2.5 weeks. It's not that far away.
I disagree with. I get this point, and we were asked it today on MLS Today. I think that for a team that's returning pretty much every starter, knows each other really well, to not have to go 180 in the freezing cold on turf in Gillette is fine. And they'll play a high. I mean, it's going to be as close as you can get to a Champions League atmosphere, right? Portland, week 1, their Western Conference, returning champions. And then I think they come home and play Dallas next week. I just think the Revs know who they are. Everyone's played. It's not like they've added 3.
Yeah, it's at Portland and then Dallas and RSL at home. And then Charlotte on 3/19, so at Charlotte. So I think that'll be after the Pumas game.
Here, I can tell you right now.
And then the Red Bulls.
Obviously, I left it up. The Pumas games are on March 9th, and then it's the week of March 15th to 17th.
Okay, so they're only going to get 2 games before Pumas.
Yeah. Pumas' first leg, which is home.
Yeah, at Portland, home against Dallas, stay home. Pumas, then RSL at home, and then 2 Pumas. Yeah. I don't know. I just think that it's tough. For their season is basically hinging. We sort of talked about this about the Rapids of hey, their season hinges on what they can do in knockout round games. They've already had a failure there. The Revs season hinges on these knockout round games, and they've got a while to build to MLS Cup in the playoffs, obviously, and they'll be different when they get there. But this is the group. This is the target, and it comes down 180 minutes. And I would think that you'd want as much time competitively as you can get, but I bet Bruce Arena's with you of nah. It's not like Cavalli was going to test us much. We got preseason games in.
Also, didn't we say the same thing about the playoff format in the playoffs last year where they had that long layoff? And we talked about the back and forth between is it better to come in and play the knockout round games and get some playoff sweat minutes on your back and then come into the next round and be ready to go? And I think that ultimately hurt that team in the playoffs. So I think there is something to be said about having some rhythm going. It's been kind of the long-standing question for CCL and MLS in general. It's how do we give ourselves the best chance of being successful? Even when I think of LAFC's run into it, it was at the end of the year, right, where they were coming in form and fit. So, I do think that is still a challenge and a question mark where maybe you lean towards getting those games and getting those minutes just because, like anything, it's just a rhythm. The best teams can still switch that kind of light switch on. But I agree. I think if I were to guess, I would lean a little bit more towards Weeby's point to say getting those minutes in a game where you think you're going to get through it together is just a good thing before you go into a huge knockout round against a top team.
You could see Valeri get ready. When he came on the field, they obviously score. Spoilers, they're about to score Felipe Mora. He had, I think, 2 shots in extra time. One from the top of the box that I think may have been louder than the goal reaction. Everyone in the stadium, people were ready to cry if he puts that one in.
Do you think they waited too long?
I do. Yes.
It's the 80th minute. They're down 1-0.
I do, but I can't really make that complaint because they end up scoring or whatever.
Yeah.
But I was, from just a purely examining that without this moment, I just think of what happens if they didn't get this goal and you sat on Valeri until the 89th minute to put him into the match to have a moment or to change things so I was kind of shocked that they waited this long to bring him in. It felt hey, this is past the point of time to throw the kitchen sink, but hard to sort of criticize a manager when they end up finding that moment and just remembering that moment because we're just about to get there. It was one of the most memorable moments I can remember of being at an MLS game ever. I was at Zlatan's first game.
By the way, that was another memorable moment. There's the Diego Chara Like, oh, you think you're on a breakaway? Like,
Insane.
It's
That's
like
why we were talking preseason, like who's the best D mid, and I was like, I don't know if there's recency bias, but I can't forget the end of this match and even in extra time, these moments that he was just like.
And then he grabs a yellow card right there too, just just all Diego Chara right there.
Amazing, love it.
But like, in fairness, you continue.
No, I was just gonna say, like, I have a video behind the goal that I posted on my Twitter account. That is insane. Just like so casual. Start the.
But also, Jesus Medina did that thing where he was like, "Oh no, you caught me. Here's my long touch because I really don't want to take a shot here."
I was just waiting for him to high step all the way to the other sideline at that point. But yeah, this goal, the way that the fans went insane. I was right behind Sean Johnson's goal because I was filming a piece for BPC, and Sean Johnson was our like character. So we were waiting for him to like lift the trophy or to have this moment where they win. So we're right behind the goal with our camera crew, and then they scored this goal and we captured a whole other reality. And I was filming with my phone and posted on Twitter. It was like one of the few things I posted on Twitter that actually got like crazy pickup and people went nuts for it. But it was just like such a moment that I like. It took this game to a whole other level, and like I saw people crying in the stands right behind me,
like crying,
like kissing each other, like just this outpouring of emotion that I just like is so unique to our sport and our league and to the Timbers fan, because it wasn't by Timbers Army. This was on the other side of the pitch where the goal was scored, and you just saw like the atmosphere behind that goal and around it was just incredible to witness firsthand.
Well, you also had this feeling, at least I did, and I sort of said it to people around me. I was sitting, you're looking at right now to the left of the Timbers bench, which is to the left of the half field line. And it sort of like had this conversation of like, they didn't even have a moment, right? Like as a fan, you go to a game, this is how I've always felt, but I've also don't root for teams that win things. You just want to at least have one release, take a lead, tie a game, score a great goal. Like you just want to have one thing to take home with you as a memory, even if your team doesn't win. And it just felt like kind of around now, you were talking to people like, wow, they're going to get shut out at home. They've waited so long. The whole conversation all week was, we've played in so many big games, we've never done it at home. Everything had been on the road. Open Cup semifinals, MLS is back. MLS Cup 2015, 2018, like everything in the conversation was about how Portland finally, in this building, with this atmosphere, this fan base, was finally going to get to host one, and how ready they were, and how there was no way they could lose, and all these things. And you're sort of standing there and talking to people, and it's like, this didn't go as planned. And I sort of felt for the fans, and Kayla mentioned, there was a woman behind me crying at this point, like before they scored. Like in, being upset about what was happening.
Different tears. Yeah. I was talking about happy tears.
For sure. Then there was a lot of that after Felipe Mora does his thing, which I guess we're coming up on. Does anyone know the actual time?
I don't, but I'm taking a moment of silence here. I think it was like 93-25-ish. So
wow.
It was in the, we were at the point right now for the post-game show where we were, we're like, all right, this is over. Like we're running through topics. We're going to talk about, oh my God, NYCFC went to Portland and took this one, like dominated the game. And here's the emotion. Like dude they can't even stand to watch.
Yeah.
Or maybe he dropped something. I don't know. Like where'd my keys go, guys? I don't know where my keys are. You have my wallet?
It is a long gap between the first.
This is a good reason to watch it back though, because I don't remember exactly how.
That's it. Yeah, the big diagonal. So holds the ball up.
Yeah.
Switch of play.
I thought it was actually off of set piece.
Yeah. Wait. There it is. Yep, there it is.
Oh man.
Now, boy, do we look like bums for hitting the 59th minute. Like everybody knows what happened. It's so obvious. This game has happened before.
Stevie Clark. That's what they do when Steve Clark does stuff. They do the baby shark.
I forgot this. No, they put it out.
Yeah, I'm telling you.
93-36. It was like
the cross comes from. The cross comes from this space because it's a floated ball to the back post that gets flicked on. I think someone gets. Oh yeah. No.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Foul or no foul?
I say no foul.
Yeah, I agree. Well,
Oh,
I don't know.
man.
I don't
Yeah,
like it.
can't.
It is 94 minutes right now. That literally happened like 8 seconds before.
Yeah, it's a buzzer
quote-unquote
beater.
Added time was supposed to.
And as Kalen said, where Mora is celebrating is you've got the athletic club to his right and the new stand, and it like opened up with sunlight streaming down, like directly above it in the opening of the stadium. It was so perfect.
Yeah.
I mean, it's.
Wow,
it's
see,
one of
that
the
was.
greatest
Did you see that
goals.
intimate moment right there? That wasn't even excitement. That was just like the tenderness of an embrace, a kiss on the forehead. Incredible.
Man,
He was crying. Speaking of crying, he was crying for sure.
Savarese?
I think.
No, Mora.
Oh, yeah.
I think Mabiala makes an attempt at the ball. Like, it's his right, I think, to go
I
up and
agree.
play that ball.
Chanot's backing up. He doesn't even
Yeah.
attempt to jump. I have no problem at all with that.
Yeah,
And I think
I agree.
like to decide a game on that, because you basically would. The referee's right there. No.
It is such a brilliant play, though, from Mabiala to not just try and get as much of a head as he can on it, but to cushion it back off his chest to a teammate to take a better shot.
Oh, what a cool moment.
Mabiala showed up to the game with
They're
all
holding
of
they're like my heart. I don't know if my heart can take it. People.
I
Have
just
their
love
hands
the
in
way
their
he like
chest.
collapses on the ground, where he's just
Yeah.
like, I can't even
Chanot's
believe this
so
is real.
upset.
Like,
So after this, I don't know what they show on TV because I didn't watch it, but they're going to go into like a halftime huddle, and all of NYCFC's talking, and Chanot's just talking to the fourth the entire time. He never talks to a teammate. He's just complaining to the ref the entire break between the two periods.
one thing I'll give NYCFC a lot of credit about, though, is like this also happened to them against the Revs, where they get the late equalizer from Tejan, and then they have to go to penalties. And this is exactly where I feel like having Sean Johnson throughout the playoffs and just knowing him personally, like having his personality and leadership and steady hand, really shine through. And, but because like that could really rattle you to give up a goal with home field like that, and all that energy switching. So it was wild.
MLS is back. That's why we're here doing this, folks. Having a fun time rewatching some old stuff as we prepare for the 2022 season. Of course, it starts Saturday at 1 p.m. Eastern. Union get us started. They have big aspirations, but this watch-along show you can watch on YouTube and Twitch. Join in as you watch the games on ESPN Plus, 5:45 p.m. Eastern to 7:30 p.m. Eastern. You're going to have Kaylin, Big Sue, Susanna Collins, Matt Doyle, Mike LaBelle taking you through all these games, watching them, updating you, talking it through it. It's going to be fun. So get your ESPN Plus games up. Dave's going to be in D.C. for that Charlotte match.
Yeah.
Should be a good time. The first weekend of MLS is here. I mean, there's snow on the ground outside my house right now. It's still February. It feels like it shouldn't be true, but it is true. We've got a dead sprint going until November 5th in MLS Cup. Of course, we're watching MLS Cup from December 11th last year. Why did they move it up a month? Why did the schedule change? Well, the World Cup hits right after MLS Cup, basically. So this is going to be a crazy 2022, a really fun 2022. And I have a feeling that NYCFC is going to be one of the shining lights for MLS in that time period. Honestly, I've completely forgot what even happens in extra time at this point. Like I remember PKs, but extra time is a big blur.
Shout out to Red Hawley in the YouTube chat who said he was on my flight, on the flight to the final. So we flew out, I think, Thursday morning at like 6:45 a.m. Eastern. And a friend of mine, Neil, was on the flight. One of the NYCFC fans and a few other NYCFC fans. It was pretty cool because that's not like there's not a ton of routes, right? So it's one of those where you get on a plane the week of MLS Cup to go from Portland to New York. Like you see people in jerseys, you see people in hats, all that stuff, and it was pretty fun. Like what a cushioned chest back. Stop focusing on the foul. Focus on the quality of the footy.
La calidad.
Me and Luis Mabiala talked before the game. I told him, I interviewed him going into 2018 MLS Cup in Atlanta, and that whole convo was the size of the crowd. And I said, like, are you nervous about playing, or like, what do you think about playing in front of 65,000 people? And I think he said, like, oh, in DR Congo, our home stadium holds 97,000, and we normally fill it for international games, so it won't be a big deal for me. And everyone was like, whoa, dude. Like 100,000 people at a game is ridiculous. And he just thought it was super matter of fact.
What did you think this? I mean, we'll get there to the PKs, but what did you think this MLS Cup triumph signified for NYCFC, Cahill?
Well, I don't know. I mean, I think when you look at NYCFC, I think if I'm sort of like zooming out, I'm like, they came in with massive like expectations, and you all remember like it was like Villa and Lampard and Pirlo and this like, you know, star-studded kind of like Galaxy-esque like team on the East Coast that was going to be kind of like
maybe even like a
MLS
step
so
up from
easily.
Galaxy. Like I guess the Keane, Donovan Beckham teams, but like
yeah, I mean it was like
Lampard, Pirlo is nuts.
Yeah, insane. And it was like a situation where obviously expectations didn't meet reality, and so it's kind of interesting because like the way that they've remade themselves is like it's not that they haven't like gone out and spent money or been, it's not ambitious. I think they've just had a very different type of ambition and a different type of profile of the people they're bringing in. Like Tati Castellanos is like a perfect example of that. But also like bringing up youth players or like bringing in talented guys, whether it was Sands or Tavon, like a number of guys now that have come through, and they have a ton of depth as well. So I just think like, for this team, it was kind of like a realization of like, now I think we know what the NYCFC identity is, and it works. The scary part and the question that still exists for them as a club still is like, they still need to ultimately find their own home as a stadium, which is no secret. Like everybody knows that, and that feels like for this realization to happen, but then for you to realize that there's still like a lot left on the other side of what this club can be is like a really cool thing to think about. And, you know, I did think it didn't break through in the way that like we saw Portland, you know, that affection they have for the city. Like, I feel like that is yet to kind of really latch hold in the way you'd like to see it throughout all parts of New York. Like there's tons of passionate fans, and we haven't brought it up, but I was so impressed by the traveling away support section by New York City. Like they were loud. It's not an easy place to come in as an away supporter, and they were really, really loud all game, and like ton of credit for them. But yeah, I'm starting to see it like starting to buzz a little bit. Like even some of my friends here that aren't really MLS fans now are like being like, oh, I want to go to an NYCFC game, or like a couple of them, even Nicola's friends bought a jersey. They're like all in.
What was the jersey purchase? Was it like we're supporting, or was it like a fashion statement thing?
I don't know, because I went to I was literally just like on a walk to Fort Greene Park, and I saw one of our friends is like this incredible photographer, and she was doing this really cool photography project where she was exposing like negatives, I think, to light to get some cool different treatments on it. I don't even know what she was doing, but it was really cool. And I was telling her about like coming back. Yeah, I know, right? But I was telling her about coming back from MLS Cup and how NYCFC won, and Sean Johnson, my former teammate, was the MVP and all this, and she was like, "Oh, that's so cool." And then like randomly she walked to like upper 90 and later that day texted me and she's like, I bought a jersey, like I'm all in. And like it was really weird. And now she's told me she follows Asbury Park FC on Instagram because she discovered that too now, and she's like
Makes
following
sense.
NYCFC. So yeah, she's all in. I don't know how what you can like sort of glean from that.
Do you think
but
she
we're gonna go
knows
to a
that-
game. We're getting a group together and go to a game.
Does she know that Asbury Park doesn't play games yet?
Yeah, that's
Or are
why
you
she
gonna
was
break
into
that
it.
to her. Okay.
Yeah, that's why she was into it. And she's an NYCFC fan and has never been to a match. So.
Yeah, that's
Perfect.
something
There you
there.
go.
Yeah.
They got the star above the kid now. To me, what this sort of
She wants.
signified
I just told her though about the new Dude Wipes sponsorship.
that's
So
big.
she's like, I don't know if she's upset that she doesn't have it on, or she wants to get that updated or not. I don't know, but
I feel like if I was going to get a jersey at this point, I would. You know what? Probably NYCFC. I don't want to speak for them, but they should probably, for free, take any jersey sold since since the championship and put the Dube Wipes logo on it.
Yeah.
Just a thought.
Did you see the comment? Did you see the comment yesterday?
Yeah, we put it in extra time the other day. Yeah, the CEO.
We did.
The CEO was like,
extra time.
Yeah, you just on it.
Yeah, that's my bad. I don't.
The CEO was like, well, 2 clean sheets since we put Dude Wipes on the jersey. So that makes sense. To me, what this signified is just like, is the scouting power and also the ability to attract elite young talent for NYCFC, like the City Football Group scouting network.
Yeah.
Whether it be even back to like a Jack Harrison or a Jonathan Lewis, like they were doing it in the college ranks. They're obviously doing it internationally. And I do think for a player like, and it's financial power as well, but a player like Tyus Magno or Thiago or Santi Rodriguez, getting into the City family is super valuable. You even see it with Thiago Martins coming over from Japan. Like he's at a City club and now he's coming to New York City. Like they're going to be more opportunities that come for them. And if they're not, this is also the most consistent regular season team in the league over the past 5-6 years. So you're coming to a team with huge ambitions, with other young players, with established players as well. And whether it be young players or guys like Alex Collins or Chanot or, Alexander Ring before them, Sean Johnson, like they sort of figured out like, oh, hey, this is not how you build a team actually. Like we are cratering. With
the other interesting thing is they've had multiple coaches, right? And we've seen clubs that cycle through coaches often generally does not lead to consistent success for those clubs, right? Like you'll see dips, you'll see changes. Yeah, it's a little bit different, I think, partly because Vieira left not out of poor performance, quite the opposite. So I think that changes obviously the dynamic.
Right? Dome didn't leave because of lack of success. He left because he felt lack of investment.
Sure. But
at the beginning of last year was saying that. But then they went out and invested.
Mm-hmm.
But I think that goes to what I'm saying, which is like they figured out a model that's not reliant on the manager. It's on their like recruitment policy and keeping the other thing you have to say is like they just signed a really kick-ass core. Like they went and signed Maxey, they went and signed Sean. They got those 2 center backs. They had Ring, and they had those guys together for like 4 or 5 years. That makes a huge difference in MLS.
But also, the managers do count, right? Because look at the managers they're going out and getting. These are not like guys off the scrap heap, right? This is like Patrick Vieira, Dome Torrent's working with Pep Guardiola, and like Ronny Deila is like, has a ton of experience in Europe as well too, right? Yeah, so it's like they're showing ambition in that global scouting network from a manager's perspective as well as the coaching, as well as a player's perspective.
So what's interesting is how it will affect the rest of the league, because there's not a single organization on the planet that equals CFG, City Football Group. Even what Red Bull do doesn't equal it. The amount of clubs, the amount of markets that they have their fingers in, the amount of the way they trade their information across CFG. But I come back to San Jose talking this offseason about their willingness to spend, and starting with analytics and scouting, not players, right? Chris Leach has said that we're an ownership group that we want to spend, and they're starting with a front office build. And I think a lot of that comes from NYCFC's success. You're not going to equal them, and you're not going to maybe do it better than them, but they showed that and I think the consistency over the last few years is the big part of that. That's the Valeri chance, by the way, that everyone in the crowd was just waiting for. You will have to sell in MLS. If MLS is going to be part of the world market, players are going to come, players are going to go. But if you can have that scouting network and have eyes on players consistently, you can bring that next player in, you can have sustained success. And in a league where if you can get to the postseason, you've got a shot at a championship, that means a ton. And so I think that's going to be the knock-on effect of this team. I mean, it's ridiculous. They won MLS Cup, and then they signed a designated player at center back who may not start this year. Like, what team has the luxury to send a DP spot on a non-starter, and they have a championship roster that they kept together?
I am really interested in how the clubs that have these broad, we're looking at how in the transfer market MLS is being more is participating in a bigger way with selling record number of players and also bringing in some incredible talent more and more every year. And so, but I am interested in how the structural dynamics of City Football Group or Red Bull, as far as it being ladders for coaches to find success, players to find success, using those global scouting networks. Even when you look at the youth development level, like FC Dallas's relationship with Bayern, like different groups and how those structural entities are like interacting more with global like clubs and networks around the world. I'm kind of interested to see how that works. Whereas the model to invest in like these things where you build out your analytics department or these things that are really important, or is it potentially more clubs will look to try and join forces with other groups across like Europe or other parts of the world? Like I think that's kind of like a really interesting space to watch.
You remember back in the day, all the partnerships that we used to get, like, so-and-so's partnering with so-and-so Brazilian
That's
team.
what FC Dallas is, right? It's Bayern. It's still also, I think, Atlético Paranaense in Brazil, which is where Zanotza came from. I think they still have that partnership and send their youth teams down there and bring their youth teams up. So that stuff still exists. I don't think it's a coincidence, and I've been saying this all day, or for 2 days, that Georgi Mihailovic played the way he did coming out of like training at Bologna. I think he went over there and was like, I'm as good as anyone, and then stepped on the field against Santos and just bossed the game. I still think that has a ton of value for a lot of these young players.
How did you feel?
Also, if you're like an American young manager, though, and you're saying and you're saying, okay, well, when Dyla leaves, if I'm, if I'm Jim Curtin, or if you're Robin Fraser, or you're whoever you are in MLS, like getting into that fold of a club like that, or even Red Bull, the way we've seen Jesse Marsh, or the way we've seen Chris Armas now coaching at Manchester United, like there's no coincidence that some of these opportunities have come from that proximity. So I think even from like a manager perspective, like that's I think something guys have got to be thinking about.
I mean, it's why Jason Christ took the job at NYCFC.
Yeah.
What, 8-9 years ago at this point?
To spend however many years it was with, with Pep, but also ironically with Patrick Vieira on that, like U23, U19 team that he was working with. Yeah. Like he worked with Vieira a ton. But yeah, those were the connections that he was hoping to leverage as well, and just also a different approach, like. To go into a team that had the financial muscle in that moment of the league and NYCFC to work with a David Villa, to work with a Frank Lampard.
That said, it is complicated, and a part of me is like, even from a player's perspective, I'm not sure I would want to be playing for these teams just because it's so difficult to like get in, and some of the realities of playing for these types of clubs are more complex than meet the eye. Whereas like, I think playing for a team like Salt Lake would be awesome. Like if you're like a developing young American player, or even a foreign player, whoever it is, like there are something special about, even from a managerial perspective, like having a little bit more control or having a little bit more to play with, even if it's like less resources sometimes. Like, be careful what you wish for. It depends on the actual manager or like the club or the situation, but I don't know. I don't think there's like a one size fits all answer for everybody.
I mean, look at the video of Kevin Paredes leaving DC, right? And like how much it meant to him and the connection the club has, and that's again a smaller club where, as a youth player, you are meeting the GM and the head coach of the MLS team. Like, they're all in the same world, and it's not this massive global organization where you're never really going to meet Ralph Ragnick, or you're never going to meet Ferran Soriano or something like that. So I think I agree with you, Kalen, and I think San Lorenzo sort of touts this out of Argentina. They had the most players in a World Cup roster in 2018 that came out of their academy, and they have only one full field for their youth academy teams. Everyone else has to train either on non-paved or mowed lawn fields, or they like train against the wall, and they put out the most players on a World Cup roster.
That's cool
for Argentina, which has Boca and River and Independiente and all that. So there's definitely more than one way to do this, and that's kind of what's cool about MLS. It's like all these different markets, all these different styles. Kind of gives you the like, we don't really know what will happen this year. And in looking at my preseason predictions, I feel that way a lot.
Yeah, it does still feel a lot like a petri dish in a way. Of like, hey, we're putting stuff in, and we're going to see what the reaction is. Like, we're not entirely sure. We think this is what's going to happen, whether it be with, like, let's just say, for instance, the U22 initiative. Like, we're going to open up this amount of money to really encourage teams to go make these moves, but is our scouting networks up to snuff? Like, for every team, they won't be. There are always going to be failures, but that's a place where teams can sort of, like, you know, as you go with San Jose, like, oh, okay, well, this came in. Before we go start spending big bucks and filling those spots, maybe we should get our scouting in order. You know what I mean? Like, there's still the thing about MLS that really encourages me is there's just still so much. Our infrastructure actually is really good, I think, compared to the rest of the world, whether you're talking about facilities or, you know, like, you know, medicine, whatever it might be. But there's still a ton of places that are going to require a lot more expertise and investment, and those two things go together for us to reach our potential. So that's one of the funnest things about the league for me is, like, we're talking about how good this NYCFC team could be, about how good the Sounders can be. But there is still a lot of progress to be made, both in those clubs, but also in clubs that don't appear to be on that same echelon yet. And it doesn't seem like the investment's really slowing down at that point. So we'll see. People are throwing out, like, LAFC's relationship with Peñarol now. That seems to have been pretty good for LAFC. And then Orlando City's scooting in. They're like, oh, we'll
Facundo.
We'll take Facundo. Like, that'll be fun.
All right, so I know we've just been going forward, and, you know, some of it was like me lamenting, like, missing out on the money part. But I the real part that I feel like when I watch MLS today, and, like, as we enter this new season, is like the pressure to play young players and the encouraging part of, like, playing young players and people, you know, that has financial realities and ties as well too. But it's just like that part to me is so exciting. I know you got, like, Extra Time has been, like, at the forefront of that kind of movement around, like, play young players, play your kids, like, that whole thing. And but it is so true. And I think that's such a cool part of the league. And, like, something that I look at and I'm like, wow, that is such a big shift now, where it used to be like you had to earn your stripes or fight your way on. And it was a veteran heavy league. And, like, you, even if you proved it, it was kind of like, all right, well, you got to, like, the goal was, like, that you would be at one place for your whole time. And now it's more just like the whole, like, cultural shift has changed, where now it's coaches are getting applied pressure to play young players. Not everywhere still, but I'd say, like, a lot of clubs have really, Philadelphia Union, like, a lot of clubs have really developed that as a part of their identity.
It feels like and you could maybe speak to this from your time, but it also feels like there's a lot more players that are ready to make those contributions, and that probably goes to the academy system, but also then the bridge that has started to be connected, whether it be now is going to be MLS Next Pro, but previously it's been these two teams in USL, or the level.
I agree with that.
You see.
Only thing I'll push back on is, like, you go talk to these coaches and you're like, how do you know? I remember asking Luchi Gonzalez, like, how do you know if a guy's ready? And I was talking about Pepe specifically, and he was like, you don't, like, you just play.
You got to do it.
And, like, that's the thing is, like I waited till I was 22 to be in MLS, and, like, had to, like, fight for that. But it's like, I don't know. It's just like you lose time waiting to find out if guys are ready. And I think a lot of guys are like, you're not sure if Brendan Aronson's ready or Paxton Aronson is fully ready, but you're like, you find out that they are, or you find out that they're not. And I think that that's where the cultural part comes in, or, like, the incentivizing or the just, like, strategy part comes in, where you're looking at it differently to say, like, we want to find out, and, like, we're willing to, like, be wrong here, or to give this guy a shot.
Just to use you as an example and Pepe as an example, FC Dallas they might not have known if he was going to succeed, but they had years of sort of institutional trust in him, on being in their system, of seeing him perform, of seeing him level up, of seeing him integrated into the first team, of seeing him score goals in League One. Like, there's more of a picture to him than like, for instance, the Chicago Fire had on you. Like, I would be curious, and I'm sure that you've thought about it. Like, what if Kalen Carr was in an MLS academy? What if he was in the San Jose Academy from the time he was 10 years old?
He would be
like, what if
back.
Yeah, what if you had turned pro when you were 17?
Yeah. I mean, I definitely think being in a better environment would be like, I went on trial at Arsenal when I was 21, and I trained there for 2 weeks. And I remember in 2 weeks just being in that environment, like, growing what felt like 6 months worth of development. And I just, like, picked up so much that ended up, like, taking me to like really pushing me to another level. Or like I had to search out these environments. When I was 16, I went to Brazil and trained for 3 weeks at this like football academy there that Zico, the like legend, it was named after like the legend Zico, or I don't know if he ran it, I didn't see him, but it was just like an amazing experience, kind of like you were describing though, of just like we didn't have the best facilities there. We played beach tennis one day. We would do like all different, it was just like a pot of different boots that everybody would pick up and like, find for the day. And like I had my own, but like just I had to sort of search out for these different experiences or train with older players or A-League or pickup or things like that. And like, but once I got into a structure, that was a great chance there and a save.
That was it.
Was that Valeri too? No,
that was Paredes. And I remember when he hit it, someone on the Timbers bench go, was that Christian? Like they had not seen him do that ever. But that's a huge chance that should have won MLS Cup for Portland. Sorry, continue, Cahill.
No, that's not.
I'm curious where you think, where you like felt you leveled up the most at Arsenal.
Like in what parts of my game?
Yeah, just what did you learn? Like, what were the things you're like, where you felt you like came back and you're like, okay, I really progressed in these ways.
It's just like being pushed in an environment where like the players around you are much better than you. And so it was like, I went from being in environments where I was often one of the better players at that point in time, where I felt that way. And that's what happened. Same thing when I went to Brazil and I was 16. I thought I was like the man because in my little neighborhood, I was like, scoring goals and doing all right. And I went to Brazil and was like instantly like the worst player there and like kind of laughed at and looked at as silly because I was an American and walked different and talked different and all that. And like, but it just put me in a different environment that like really pushed me more so than anything, that one, to like wake up and realize like I maybe wasn't as good as I thought I was. And if I wanted to like do this on a bigger scale, I was going to have to think more broadly than just my environment. But like the Arsenal one was totally different because it was like Dennis Bergkamp and Thierry Henry and
By the way, how long do you think these guys? How long do these people have been on these bikes?
They get there.
That's the best view and the best hack. I can't
crazy.
believe
It's also you got to be in shape.
Most people were telling me they get there. I remember looking up at least an hour before the game, and then they bike all the way through. So extra time and penalty kicks was a real experience.
Yeah. Oh, I didn't even think about that. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
To keep it at a.
But anyways, just being in that environment, like you learn how to like get rid of the ball quicker, or just like give it to the best players and move, or how like you're rewarded for your movement more. Like you just pick up these tiny little training habits or things that you would see from them, are being put in just different drills that they would do these drills where you'd like have to transition quickly and you could only play first time backwards. And then, that was, if you were going to play backwards, you only had one touch to do it. So it just incentivized like playing forward. It's just different drills that I was not doing at that time. And then just more than anything, just the quality around you and being not the best player and being forced to adapt is, I think, a really good thing for young players to be exposed to. I felt the same way when I got to Chicago too, and I was suddenly with like Chris Armas and C.J. Brown and Jim Curtin and Andy Herron, full internationals, and Chris Rolfe, all these guys that were just so good. But yeah, I would have loved to have been training with them when I was in college or when I was in high school. It would have been awesome. So
yeah, I just think about the opportunities available to young players, and even in the sense of scale. Because in your time, I mean, how many teams were in the league? You know what I mean?
Like 12 my rookie year, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, they're just like, think about that. If you're watching and listening to this, right? Think about that. 12 teams. We have 28 teams in Major League Soccer this year.
Yeah.
Just the amount of
I'm old, but I'm not that old, right? Like 12 seems like you're like talking about like the NFL in the 40s or 50s or something.
It's kind of what it is.
Yeah, I know. It's just grown so fast. It's wild.
But like the amount of opportunity.
There are 21 teams in MLS Next Pro.
That's what I was going to say. The opportunity to be pro
there
now.
are 9 more teams.
Plus USL Championship didn't exist in those moments. League One wasn't existing in
USL existed, but
it did. But I'm saying the championship. Yeah, the championship in its current form with the spread that it has. I mean, just the number of
had the Sounders and Timbers.
Paying soccer jobs like Canadian Premier League. If we're going to like widen it out to the continent. The amount of opportunity there and the environments, whether it be for players or for coaches, I mean, it's just it really is sort of like jaw-dropping, stupefying when you rewind it back and think about what we had. I mean, when I first started covering the league, like academies weren't required. Teams didn't teams didn't have these very robust setups for players to develop. We still don't cover most of the country. Like, you still have guys like John Lucabusio having to get plucked out of North Carolina, for example, to come to Kansas City, but now you have they have Charlotte FC there.
Yeah, Jalen Lindsay coming back home.
Yeah, it's just the opportunities are going to be so much more. And I still think we have this net with massive holes, but all of a sudden we have a bigger net. And it's super encouraging. It's encouraging to see what young players are doing in Europe from MLS environments, like to see Brendan Aronson go into Salzburg and to go into Champions League games against Bayern and be like, yeah, man, I'm pretty comfortable. Like, you post on Instagram and be like, hey, good week of football for me. That's so awesome.
You remember, didn't we have him on? I think we did a watch-along show like this with him.
Yeah, his
during
first
like
playoff
lockdowns.
game he played in. Yeah. It was when they beat the Red Bulls, I think.
Yeah,
right? In his first playoff game, and he was like posted up, just chilling, watching.
Yeah, I remember that.
Yeah,
I think he was living at home.
Ball with them. Yeah.
Well, and then he has a younger brother that might arguably be,
him and Paxton
TBD.
trained. Yeah, him and Paxton trained
with him,
against each other that whole quarantine. Because iron sharpens iron.
They must have ran some good sessions. Both of them have definitely grown up in a quick amount of time there.
Yeah,
and their dad
really
runs.
Fascinated to see what happens with Paxton this year.
Yeah, it'll be interesting. I mean, we got a lot of questions about Gazdag as a Gauss theorem guy this year, which I don't think we talked about a ton. But with Montero gone and probably with the two center forwards, like, he's going to be at the point starting, and it's, I don't think it's a bad thing that a good young, as much as Kalen said, the pressure and opportunity for young players, like, you still need to challenge them. You can't give them a spot. And Gazdag's a Hungarian full international who's also got an upswing, and he will be a sell-on player for the Philadelphia Union. And Paxton Aronson's going to have to either learn how to play out wide like Brendan did for a little bit, or on the side of the diamond, which is a good learning experience.
Or early on, maybe even partner Carranza. Like in more of a second forward role.
Yeah, but they have Sergio Santos, they have Corey Burke, they have Ure, like, they have four center forwards.
Ure's not there yet.
Roles. But Curtin said he's landing today.
Oh, is he? Well, and then the crazy thing about Philly is, like, then you have Quinn Sullivan. You have, like, in the midfield, Leon Flock, McGlynn, and Curtin intimately trusts all these dudes. Like, remember when he put in McGlynn last year in the playoffs, and he was just like,
well, he didn't have a choice.
Dealing. I know, but he was dealing. Like, he didn't put him in. It was like, oh crap, this kid's gonna be scared. We're probably gonna be hosed. Like, he came in and looked extremely comfortable in a high pressure situation.
Listen, I don't disagree with the way he played, but they were missing 9 players in that game. I don't think Jim Curtin woke up that week and was like, dude, we should definitely play Jack McGlynn.
No, but when push comes to shove, like, he's like, yeah, cool. This is gonna be fine. He's gonna be ready. Like,
for sure. These kids can play. And the interesting thing to me, the case study of, and I talked about it today because Dallas is playing Toronto tomorrow, is Shaquille Marshall-Ruddy versus Pepe. And, like, Toronto has invested a ton in their academy for the purpose of supplementing their stars in their roster, where Dallas invests for the point of selling those players so that they can go and buy stars like Alan Velasco and Paul Arriola. And so there's 2 clubs that are doing something very similar in different ways for different ends. And it just will be interesting as the league builds, the different ways that teams use this setup, and the ones that really care and invest in it, how they can make it successful. I mean, the answer for Toronto of, like, how do you fit a bunch of high-priced players into a lineup and still be successful top to bottom is, can you get 4 academy kids on the field who are good enough to play? And if Schaffelberg can play left back on no salary cap hit behind Insigne, that's a dream scenario. It has never really been the case in MLS history.
Genoa captain, no?
I think that the Genoa captain is coming so that on Wednesday nights when they go out for red wine and pasta, Insigne has someone to sit alongside and talk Italian.
Has a boy?
Yeah.
Did you see that Marshall Ruddy's agent, who, by the way, is like Tejan's agent, a bunch of these, I think he might have been Predis' agent. Like, this dude is moving a ton of guys overseas. Says Toronto values him at $20 million. That's
because
think about that, Kalen. Think about that.
But that's But that statement is not fully we think we'll get that. That statement is we want him to play right back for us this year, and unless you do something ridiculous,
Sure.
don't come and bring us an offer. And that is something that Dallas wouldn't have done. Like, it's a whole new world, but it's a whole new conversation.
That's what I'm saying. That is the whole new world. That when you say 20 million, like, that's a realistic thing. Maybe not 20 million, but like 15 or whatever it might be, that we actually value him at this point. Like, we feel it's realistic to get 8 figures for this player that has not really played for our first team.
I got to see him play. That's all I think about when I hear that. I'm like, I need to see this.
I know.
Yeah, but yeah, I mean, we saw the way because that makes me think of Alphonso Davies like talent, right? Because that's kind of what didn't he go for something around that mark?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I would love but I remember the first time you watch Alphonso Davies and you're like, who is that? Like what? Like how is that?
We saw him score that goal at DC in the opener for Audi Field, and it was just like, hold on.
Yeah, wait a minute.
Hold on. By the way, Sean John's out here stopping PKs, and we're talking through some of the.
Alfredo Morales was so good to close out the year for New York, and this year, I don't even know if he's a starter. Like, Acevedo looks really good in CCL. I think Keaton Parks is the best center mid on the roster.
This was a cool moment from Clark. He's like run in front of Timber's army. He had the strut going.
These are very Colorado Rapids-esque penalties.
That was pretty close to the center of the goal there.
Man, that was 8 brutal.
This one hurts.
Shit out to watch.
This one hurts. I love Sean, but this hurts.
It's a great save.
It's a great save.
The Mora shot is not a good shot. It's a good save, but it's not a good shot. That is full extension and power, too, on the shot.
Oh.
Also, when I watch PKs
save.
now, I'm especially in tune in the age of video review on the feet and the footwork, on how these goalkeepers find a way to get that little push-off point without being over the line, and how they drag their feet and how they sort of feel out where their launch point is going to be. It's really interesting sort of technical.
Maxime Chanot's still pissed about.
I know. The whole time I was like, this dude cannot get over the fact that he was like out of position a little bit defensively and got unlucky. Like, just let it go, bro.
When your goalkeeper saves 2, though, and you step up after that, like you feel much more confident going in. And Maxi, for having missed penalties in the past for NYCFC, stepped up, not just in this game, but also in the previous round against New England as well. So he was clutch.
I called the Orlando Open Cup quarterfinals they had, where they lost in penalty kicks, and like all the Orlando
Schlegel
fans
game
flooded.
Yeah.
No, not the Schlegel game. That was a playoff game.
Oh, that was another crazy.
You remember
Orlando's had like a billion.
all the Orlando fans made the pilgrimage to behind the goal?
Are you telling me? Do I remember?
No, I'm saying to Kaylin. Obviously, you remember
I was
it.
like, maybe. What are we doing?
Yeah, you and Bobby called it. With the group chat.
Yeah.
The group chat was on fire that night.
It was Adam Grinwis in goal for that one. That's my boy Santi Moreno right there.
Look at that face.
Penalty kicks are unfair. They shouldn't exist. Just pull a player off the field from both teams every 5 minutes and just keep playing soccer. Eventually someone will score.
What about the people on the spin bikes, though? We can't go forever, man.
Yeah, how much endurance do they have, realistically, here?
But they better be ready.
It gets younger still. 19-year-old Tyler Magno, NYCFC's most
Yikes, man. Talk about feeling like someone's ready. Jack McGlynn's one thing when you have to play him. Talis Magno taking a penalty kick in at Portland in MLS Cup is wow.
Well, it's pretty interesting to see how little of a role he actually played in like this match, for instance, but how big of one he's likely to play this year.
Well, didn't he score the winner against Philly, or he created it?
He was.
I actually think that should have been a save too.
Yeah,
I think he could have got that.
Yeah,
don't do that.
He did score the winner.
Sorry.
Don't make Steve Clark harder than it is.
No. He's a dynamo now, right? So he's on the squad. Yeah.
That's the biggest question mark for Portland this year. Is replacing his production. Yeah.
I love the PKs that like lift up and shake that weight on the bottom of the net. Those are my favorite.
You're watching close, Sweeps.
Yeah, they're like halfway up and just watch how it goes. Bop.
Yeah, or if it's like a little wet, it just gets that nice little spray.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
So apparently, on a penalty kick or on shootout, you don't get to choose which side anymore. I think that's predetermined. You just.
By the way, this was also the new MLS ball they debuted at Cup.
Yeah.
So it's the ball they're going to have here, which I thought was kind of wild that you would add a new ball.
By the way,
the biggest game ever. But
I love center backs taking penalties. Pick a side and rip it.
That is definitely center back scoring the game-winning penalty.
Like,
what do I do with my hands? I'm just going to shake them. I'm going to throw them around.
Sean Johnson had like a huge cut under his eye after this. I think somebody like literally dove on top. I think it might have, I can't remember who it was, but a cleat comes in and gives like a stray, just gives him. And this is also insane. I didn't see this, obviously, being in the stadium until I saw highlights later, but they were going nuts here.
I went on, the NYCFC Forever podcast recently. There are some true NYCFC, like, ride
is that the one that Goss
lifers.
snubbed?
Yeah, he snubbed them hard.
How do I get snub? How do I snub a thing I didn't get invited to?
You got invited. Maybe.
What was my date and time?
I don't know. But they were trying. They told me they were going to send me. They loved that I took you to task on that, and they were trying to find a text message that they sent to you. This is a whole thing. The best part about it is they have a barbershop set. They're like in the basement of a barbershop, which is also a bar. Like they actually have a pretty. They have obviously a better podcasting setup than we do for Extra Time. It's like pretty incredible.
That's legit.
But yeah, look.
I'm happy to go on. No one invited me. No one told me to come on.
They told me that they're going to treat you this year like they treated me
Goss.
last year, which is just to flood your mentions at all times. So be prepared for that. So, yeah, MLS Cup champions, NYCFC, you're all surprised, but you see the star on the jersey this year.
Shout out Justin Hack.
A big season coming up starting Saturday. Minnesota going to Philly at 1 p.m. Eastern on ESPN Plus. If you don't have ESPN Plus already and you're sitting around watching this, you should probably get that. MLS is back. Are any of these guys going to make the playoffs? We had somebody ask that.
Let me see the picture.
By the way, the watch-along show here, YouTube and Twitch, 5:45 on Saturday to 7:30. Big Sue, Susanna Collins, Doyle, Goss on site, Kaylin, and Mike LaBelle going to be watching games with you, talking, telling stories, having a good time. So tune into that one. Hit him with your question and comments.
Congrats to Doyle on making the promo, too. That's awesome.
He just looks a wonderful beard there. Any of those guys going to make the playoffs, though?
I'm holding out hope for my fire. I'm holding out hope. I think this could be it. This could be the year.
I think that photo of Shaqiri is hilarious. Is it just me? Just his look, and he's like, yeah. It makes me laugh every single time I see it.
The safe money would be
doesn't transmit cool. It doesn't look that cool. I gotta say.
That's all right. I like the crest, and we got Ezra now. We've made some signings. I'm feeling hopeful as a Fire fan. I talked a lot about the Dynamo today, but I'm hoping my Fire will make a comeback.
All right, everybody who watched, everybody on Twitch, on YouTube, what's up? I see about 500 of you on Twitch with us. Thank you so much. Tune in this weekend, all the coverage, MLSsoccer.com. One last plug for you. If you're watching this and you love the league, subscribe to Extra Time. Subscribe to the call-up. Extra Time Mondays and Thursdays. Mondays, we wrap up every single thing that happens over the weekend. Every nook and cranny for Major League Soccer, we will talk about it with Kaylin Doyle, Dave, and I. And then on Thursdays, Charlie Davies is with Dave and I, and we look ahead to the weekend, have some awesome interviews for you. Call-Up has great guests, great interviews, really fun show with Susanna Collins and Jillian Sakovitz. And then Dave, by the way, 11 a.m. Eastern on Twitter Spaces every single day of the week, weekdays at least this year. He will be bringing you what amounts to like MLS sports radio. It's pretty fun. Yeah. So tune in. Great guests talking about whatever you want.
That's every day, you said? Every day at 11?
Every single day at 11 a.m. Eastern.
I'm in.
It's scot-free. And by the way, Dave knows how to hit the record button on Twitter Spaces. So if you miss it, you can go back. That's the beauty of this. It's like a podcast in that way. All right, everybody. Enjoy the weekend. It's a wonderful one. MLS is back. Week 1 starting Saturday into Sunday. All the listings for TV, MLSsoccer.com. Under the schedule page, get your fantasy team going as well. I got to set that up before tomorrow. We're out of here. Adios. Enjoy your weekend.
Said looking for a run for Ricardo Pepi. Pepi slip past Bell. Ricardo Pepi is in. Second defender is coming over. Pepi cut him out of the play. It scores! Ricardo Pepi first brace with FC Dallas, and he's restored the lead.
Good opportunity here for San Jose. The shot, what a finish! Goal! It's a golazo! 17 years of age for Cahill. No problem.
Floats it in. This is dangerous, and it's 1-1, and it's a fabulous finish by Quinn Sullivan, the 17-year-old.
And the acrobatic bicycle kick, side volley. Call it what you want. It's a thing of beauty here to tie it up.
Gives to Davis. Davis floats it in. Fabio off the head. Clark, what a finish! Oh my goodness, Caden Clark! And the Red Bulls double the lead.
Busio. Gianluca Busio! A touch of class from the 19-year-old. And just listen to this stadium erupt. This is Thiago Andrade. That's Santiago Rodriguez in the middle. Andrade with his pace just blisters by Donovan Pine. Cuts into the middle. Thiago Andrade back to his left foot. And it's in! Thiago Andrade in stoppage time in the second half. His second goal in as many games. New York City has the lead. It is 2-1. It's just next level. It's a brilliant goal. It's a match-winning goal.
To Rubio. Oh, thought about it first time. Galvan onto his left, going far post. What a goal! What a goal, Brian Galvan! Your first start of the year, sunshine, and that is an absolute screamer.
Top of the box, laid off beautifully. Here's Token able to cut it back. John Token, goal! Oh, what a superb finish! John Token for the 1-0 lead. Way to go, kid! Red Bulls have the lead.
Here's Brian Rodriguez. Cuts it back on Leggett. Cuts it around Koulibaly. Around a third. And scores!
This is an absolutely sensational strike. Dances past two Galaxy defenders. Sends him to the deck. Look at the balance here. Cutting back again past Araujo. What a solo effort here from Brian Rodriguez.
He couldn't make the payoff.
Deeply given away there by Real Salt Lake. Ferreira coming forward, a nice cutback, and further still Ferreira! What a solo effort! That is a stunning goal from Jesus Ferreira! Cahill now slowing down, Cahill cutting inside, great skill, Kate Cahill! What a moment for the 18-year-old who has dominated this Rio Tinto Stadium this afternoon and gets his just reward with a brilliant goal.
On June 2nd, and he has had quite the season for Vancouver.
Here's Caicedo all the way up the gut. Caicedo scores! Nobody stopped him, and David Caicedo pulls one back for Vancouver. It's 2-1.
Service by Duncan. Fabio to challenge and a shot goal! Oh, what a finish, Caden Clark!
It's just far too easy. Disappointing right now in Cincinnati. I thought they'd give more in their stadium opener.
Montreal brought that down from Monterrito, and it's in! Oh, Montreal! Really out of nothing, a ball over the top. It's Cincinnati's first goal in their new stadium. Bello delivers low. It's a great ball! A fabulous goal! And it's Eric Lopez for his very first goal in Major League Soccer.
Have gone back out in front. Efrain Alvarez with a strike inside the box.
On Sunday, right now Orlando trails Atlanta. 0-0 after 2 minutes. Joseph Martinez and now Thiago Andrade with Eloy Room out. And Thiago Andrade makes it 2-0 as he chips the keeper. and City doubles its advantage.
Chance here for Jack at the top. Let's see if it flies, and it's in! Oh, it's the equalizer! From Chester all the way to Center City. It's 1-1.
He's found the corner. A super hit from Johnny Russell. You just cannot give him those kind of opportunities. Sporting KC opened the scoring on a stunning free kick.
They're on a brace from their DP, Hani Mukhtar, and he stands over this free kick, and he makes it free! It's an amazing 15.5-minute hat-trick from Hani Mukhtar.
Reyna sees Guzan out. Oh, it's in the net! It's in the net! Surprise! Surprise! Jordi Reyna! He's done it! Tied it for DC United! He knew what he was doing. Guzan didn't.
And his percentage conversion rate from this distance is pretty impressive. It's Lucas Zlatan! With a typically terrific trademark free kick. Nobody does it better in Major League Soccer than Lucas Zlatan.
Anticipation of what Barco can do here. Hamid shaded toward his near post. Here's his strike, and he's picked up the top corner with a banger. Atlanta United hit the front, and Ezequiel Barco continues his breakout 2021. Atlanta 1, DC United 0 in 18 minutes.
This is shaping up to be Diego Rubio, the Chilean striker. It is Rubio to crack it. Oh, that's a great strike. Diego Rubio, 25 minutes in, gives Colorado Rapids the lead with an absolute scorcher. It is Rui Diaz who scores!
My goodness. Pick that up. Busio. Gianluca Busio. A touch of class from the 19-year-old. And just listen to this stadium erupt.
Medran, the native of Spain, steps to the ball, strikes it with his right foot, and puts it in the top shelf out of the reach of Przemysław Titan. A set-piece beauty for the visitors.
Demunder Torrenson. Torrenson scores! What a hit for Torrenson to equalize in the 90th minute. Incredible.
Suelo and Altidore standing over this free kick. It's Josie Altidore! With the last kick of the game, Josie Altidore ties it up and provides a huge blow to Montreal's playoff hopes.
Their leading scorer and their leading assist man. It will be Hill. Oh, he beats the keeper. Worldy from Carlos Hill. And that brings the crowd back into it. And in all likelihood, the Reds back into this game. That was a work of art, Charlie Davies.
That's what we call it, and friends, la classe, because that was absolutely brilliant from Carlos Hill.
It's Russell! There's only one! Johnny Russell!
Zlatan. He'll drive it and goal, and it's in! Hey, Chihuahua Santa Maria, Lucas Zlatan makes it 1-1. Determined not a penalty kick, of course. Zlatan does it again! Lucas Zlatan, a wizard into the upper corner, and Columbus with a smashing grab, they lead 2-1.
En el partido inicial de las semifinales de Conferencia del Oeste, el Galaxy anotó los únicos 2 goles del partido. El primero de Sasha Victory, que abrió el marcador con el 4º tanto en su carrera en playoffs. Y Carlos Ruiz cerró las anotaciones con el 9º tanto en su carrera en postemporada en solo 7 juegos. Esta noche, Kevin Hartman y la defensa angelina tratarán de extender su dominio sobre San José y mandar al Galaxy a la final de la Conferencia del Oeste. Galaxy contra San José a continuación por Canal 22.
Hola a todos, ¿cómo están, señoras y señores? Es Canal 22 desde el Estadio Spartan en San José para llevarles el Galaxy contra los Terremotos en el partido que decide al ganador de esta serie y, por supuesto, en un partido complicado previo a 24 horas antes, Jaimito.
Así es, muy buenas noches a todos. Miren cómo estaba el estado de esta cancha temprano el día de hoy después de las lluvias torrenciales. Parecía un pantano, pero se pudo drenar la cancha a tiempo. Así es como se ve en estos momentos.
Regresamos con ustedes, señoras y señores, en directo del Spartan Stadium. El señor Alex Cruz está en el césped para dar el inicio de este partido que decide el rival de los Wizards en la final de la Conferencia del Oeste. Galaxy visitando a los Terremotos y usted lo vive en directo por Canal 22 esta noche. ¡Qué ambiente, Jaimito!
Así es, el equipo de San José tiene que salir desde temprano a buscar un gol tempranero para ponerle presión al Galaxy. Y vamos ya, Elmer.
Nos arrancamos, Jaimito. Señoras y señores, un partido que se va a jugar así, con mucha velocidad y especialmente por los de casa. Recuerden que Galaxy está ganando 2-0 en el marcador global. Hay que ser muy inteligente. Aquí viene antes la pelota para el equipo de casa. Walker entró al área, falta.
Aquí viene el árbitro. Acá viene ya la alineación. Hartman en el arco. Los 3 defensas, Marshall, Bo y Cahill. En el medio para el Galaxy, Elliot, Bájenas, Torres, Jones y Sasha Victorín. Y claro, en la punta, Alejandro Moreno con el Pescadito Ruiz.
Cuidado con la velocidad de Jamie Walker. Fue una de las advertencias que hizo el técnico Sig Smith precisamente esta mañana. Jugada estacionaria en el primer minuto de juego. Es que este cuadro Terremoto va a entrar así, Jaimito, con todo, a buscar la forma de acercarse en el marcador global y seguir con vida en esta serie, en esta semifinal de conferencia. Cuidado, ¿quién está frente a la pelota?
Es Brian Mullen y Jeff Agus.
Jeff Agus. Me inclino por el capitán del equipo para pegarle. Una nutrida zona defensiva. Todo Galaxy está metido ahí en la barrera. El Ghetto Hartman ordenando a sus hombres. Mullen queriendo estorbar mientras Alex Cruz llega a poner orden en el fondo. Ahí están todos los galácticos. Unidos todo a todo. Viene el toque del lanzamiento bien por parte de la zona defensiva. Rechazó de gran manera tras el intento de Mulroney, que quiso quebrar la muralla galáctica.
Esta es la formación de 4-4-2 de los Terremotos. Onsen en la portería y luego los 4 atrás. Y luego aquí está en el medio campo Lagos, Mulroney, Eklund y Mullen. Y enfrente Jamil Walker, el jovencito de 22 años de edad, por Dwayne Di Rosario, junto a Donovan Di Rosario, se lesionó en el último partido allá en el Home Depot Center.
Junto a Ramiro Corrales, aquí una primera para Galaxy también. Balón que favorece a los galácticos en el lateral tras una buena combinación entre el Pescadito y por supuesto Alejandro Moreno. Sensacional cierre de temporada para el venezolano, que ha sido una de las piezas vitales en el equipo de Sig. ¿Y qué decir de Sacha? Por favor, qué rendimiento de Sacha y sobre todo, qué cosas más buenas las que ha hecho después de su grave lesión. Aquí lo tiene, por cierto, intentando filtrar la pelota. El Pescadito va a llegar, ¿no? Primero la pide Pat Onza del canadiense, que aguanta tiempo mientras Galaxy hay que replegarse, hay que venir un poco atrás, hay que cuidar un poco la última línea.
Aunque esta mañana
cuidado que le marcaron le marcaron posición adelantada o mano al Pescadito.
Yo creo que fue mano, obviamente la bajó con el antebrazo ahí el Pescadito cuando también perdió un poco el equilibrio Pat Onset, porque esta cancha está muy deslizadiza esta noche por toda la lluvia que cayó en las últimas 24 horas.
Va a ser un arma de doble filo, por eso el trabajo defensivo de Galaxy, esos relevos deben estar muy atentos.
Como nos decía esta mañana Ziggy Schmidt, el Galaxy no va a salir a jugar un partido defensivo. Van a tratar de jugar como si esto estuviera 0-0. Eso sí, en las marcas van a tener que estar un poquito más retrasados. No están tan pegados a los jugadores de San José porque, como ya vimos lo que le ocurrió a Pat Austin, si se llegan a caer, el hombre de San José podría superarlos y bueno, entonces ya sería...
Qué buena llegada, hay que estar muy despiertos en cada uno de los movimientos, especialmente porque hay sectores en donde sí hay mucha agua retenida y de pronto, quién sabe, a lo mejor después de 15 o 20 minutos el campo de juego nos presenta otra perspectiva, ¿no?
Y esos son los primeros 20 minutos son claves, porque si el Galaxy llega a aguantar que no le hagan un gol en estos primeros 20 minutos, entonces San José se va a ver todavía aún más desesperado y ahí es cuando se puede abrir y puede aprovechar un contragolpe el Galaxy para poner el tercero en el global y más que todo ponerle, digamos, una cifra muchísimo más cómoda para el conjunto de Seguichmed.
Bienvenidos a Canal 22, estamos en vivo del Estadio Spartan, en directo viviendo esta semifinal, partido de vuelta entre Galácticos y Terremotos, qué buena para Kobe, va a salir Onsal por ella, se va a quedar con ella el canadiense, es un campo muy rápido, un campo muy chico, hay que decirlo, Jaime, las dimensiones son increíbles en comparación a cualquier campo de fútbol.
Sí, las dimensiones de este estadio son de 110 de largo por 70 de ancho, en comparación el Home Depot Center tiene 120 de largo por 85 de ancho, así que definitivamente mucho más estrecho.
Aparece la zona defensiva y cuidado que estuvo cerca el cuadro de casa.
Vamos a ver el replay de esta jugada, el centro y miren, Jamil Walker, que ha hecho 2 goles en esta temporada, la llegó a peinar, 2 goles contra el Galaxy. Y muy bien el Gato Harmon, ha sido espectacular durante toda la temporada y por eso es que el Galaxy también tiene una ventaja de 2-0 en el marcador global porque ha sido espectacular bajo los 3 postes el Gato Harmon. No ha permitido más de 2 goles en toda la temporada el Gato Harmon, a excepción de cuando perdió 3-2 en la Copa Lamar Hunt contra Chicago, así que ha estado perfecto el Gato Harmon y para que le hagan 3 esta noche va a tener que suceder algo raro.
Por algo es el MVP del equipo después de esta temporada. Vamos Galaxy dominando en el medio. Ahí viene Simon Elliott, juntándose con el extremo izquierdo Sasha Victor. Bien, la marcó, sí, el señor Alex Bruce, que dice falta balón a favor de los Galácticos.
Vamos a ver nuevamente la gran intervención del Gato Hartman. Miren desde otro ángulo, donde viene el centro cruzado, aprovecha ahí la palomita. Jamil Walker no lo llegaron a marcar muy bien, pero Hartman, como siempre, los reflejos impecables.
Espectacular el Gato. Hay Gato para rato después de hace un par de semanas. Recuerda que le extendieron su contrato, ¿no? Así que Galaxy tiene garantizado la estadía este sensacional guardameta. ¡Atención, Galaxy! Primera llegada a la portería de Onson. Le pegó Hopkins. Y aparece arriba el pechadito. ¡Gol! ¡Gol de Galaxy! ¡Golazo galáctico! Cayó el primero, señoras y señores. Y el de Galaxy. Aquí en el Spartan Stadium.
Eso es lo que quería el Galaxy, aprovechar una jugada de pelota parada. Vemos el centro de Hong Myung-bo al segundo palo. Ahí entra muy bien el Pescadito Ruiz después de que se llevó la marca Sasha Victorin para dejarle el espacio libre y vence a Pat Onston al segundo poste. Nada que hacer, 3-0 ahora en el marcador global. El Galaxy enfrente y ahora el conjunto de San José tiene que hacer 4 para avanzar.
Oh my God, prometió gol el pasado jueves Pescadito Ruiz y señores cumplió. Increíble. Carlos Ruiz tiene ganando el cuadro galáctico en casa de los Terremotos. Un gol, dijimos, muy temprano iba a cambiar las cosas, Jaime.
Para cualquiera de los dos lados. Y ahora esto va a asentar muchísimo más al Galaxy, más tranquilo. Puede darse el lujo de tocar un poco más la pelota y puede sacar también algunos pelotazos y ahora puede aguantar un poquito más. Pero eso sí, no se van a quedar aguantando atrás durante el resto de los 83 minutos porque si no, aquí goles llegan muy rápido por esta cancha que es muy pequeña.
Señores, parece un cementerio, el Spartan Stadium. Silencio total, solo escuchan los Galácticos. Solo escuchan los hinchas de Galaxy apoyar a su equipo. La gente de los Terremotos se apagó. Balde de agua fría en una fresca noche acá en el norte del estado. Aquí se viene la pelota sobre el medio. Dominando Ekulu, la marca de pitch sobre él, Ballenas. Tiene que obligar al jugador de los Terremotos a buscar a Huevo. Exjugador del Galaxy, por cierto. La salida incómoda para el cuadro de los Terremotos. 1-0 está ganando Galaxy en el arranque de juego. Viene el toque sobre el medio. Atención con esta jugada. Qué buena para Alejandro. Allá va Carlos. Se va Carlos en el individual. Y con el guardameta dentro del área. La gente dice Cruz no es nada. Me parece Me parece que Carlos perdió un poco el balance a la hora de ver la marca del rival y ya dentro del área, pues bueno, dejarse caer no estaba mal, ¿no?
Una buena idea por parte del Pescado. Uno nunca sabe, con los árbitros de la MLS pueden cobrar cualquier cosa. Trató de buscar el penal, no se les dio. Un penal hubiera sido tremendo, porque ya un 2-0 y un 4-0 en el marcador global hubiera casi sentenciado el avance. Pero miren, yo creo que está lesionado el Pescadito, se está tomando la rodilla derecha. Ahí va a tratar de caer en el centro del terreno de juego. Sí, aparentemente es la rodilla izquierda. Vamos a ver si va a haber un cambio. No sé si se para alguien rápidamente para calentar. No sé si Saúl Rodríguez nos podría decir qué pasa.
Lastimosamente, Carlos resiente un poco la jugada. Vamos a verla, Jaime.
Aquí es donde pierde un poco el equilibrio. También estaba ahí el jugador de San José, y como dijimos, la cancha con esta condición está muy pesada, también se deslizó, perdió el balance, tal vez se torció un poco la rodilla izquierda y se resintió desde que empezó a regresar a tratar de marcar.
Jaime. Está pidiendo la camilla para Carlos.
Es muy posible entonces que